Hello, everybody. Welcome, CCS fans. And we are here for day two of our CCS All Stars event here. I am Elsa the Queen, and I'm happy to be joined for the first time by Seppti. Thank you so much for being here to provide some color commentary. And for our first event of the night, we do have the champions of our Platinum League, and that is Dorado Gaming Gamma, and they're going to be taking on the lowest ranking team, or I believe, from the Diamond League this last split in CB Starlight, and it should be a pretty interesting match here.
That is the most polite way to put it, CB Starlight. They didn't perform very well in the Diamond tournament, but to be fair, this is not this is not CB Starlight for the most part. There's a lot of subs in this game. I don't know if you've noticed on your stream, but we have IQ Island playing in the top lane, Goat BM in the mid, who I believe joined them a little bit later on in the tournament, well as their support, No Attacker, All for Love, as their account is currently named. But I'm really excited. We saw a real banger of a series, a real slog of a playoff run for Dorado Gaming Gamma in the Plat bracket. And, maybe a little bit of an underwhelming performance from CB Starlight, but it's going to be really interesting because, we do have this rank differential technically in team name. But I mean, looking at the lobby, you can't see it, you can't see yourself on stream, but all these players are generally, relatively around the same, rank pool ish, as, CCS Platinum is what is a D4 with a D3 exception, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So it's a
Yep.
very
D4
similar,
minimum or
rank
D4.
range.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not that far. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about kind of that difference between sort of that D3 to D2 kind of gap, but at the end of the day, especially in competitive play, these players are going to be around the same. And like you said, Septi, this is not the same CB Starlight roster that we saw throughout the CCS Diamond. And CB Starlight, even with some of those same players, has had success outside of CCS, like winning Mythic Diamond as well. So it's not like, so I think the reason probably that CB Starlight is willing to be here is this is not a team that, is just going to put their tail between their legs and run away. They've definitely got a lot of fight in them, and they believe that they can be a really, really strong team here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the players to do it. Goat BM and All for Love, I believe, were on the winning team in the CCS Diamond tournament, actually. They were playing for, who is it? They were playing for TA Distortion, I believe. Um, both very good players in their own rights. All for Love, definitely more of an enchanter player. It's going to be interesting to see the matchup because I know 17 is definitely more of an engage style player. Likes to play a lot of those Rakan. Likes to play Rakan. Is kind of has a pocket pike that we might see. If they're playing for fun. Similarly to I mean, in contrast rather for All for Love, who is more going to stick to. I don't know how actually is more going to stick to the Enchanters, but I kind of don't know how it's going to go because this is a show matchup. So realistically, these expectations are out the window. For all I know, All for Love is going to be the one playing the Pike today.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. And I mean, this is, even though there is kind of that pride on the line, it is a show match as well, so you always kind of get those fun moments. And the bot lane, yeah, definitely big one to highlight here. We saw Carino in that playoff run for Gamma, as you mentioned, Septi, just be super, super instrumental to their success. Always sort of that late game, dependable win condition that they could count on. So going against the CB Starlight captain and Daydream there in the bot lane, always gonna bring a little bit of spice when you got Chelsea involved. So as we get into the picks and bans, it looks like I had the wrong thing open, so I apologize about that. But I'm not sure if you got the right one yet, Septi.
I
I can
also
send
had
it
the
to you.
wrong one. I didn't realize that we were, missing out. I saw
Yeah,
the ready checks going on in draft, but I suppose I could talk about it right now. Just moving into the game,
yeah.
we have on the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma, Talon, Akali, Shen bans, so no ninjas allowed for CB Starlight. On the other side, Camille, Ziggs, and MF, three very staple champions for Dorado Gaming Gamma. I'm not sure if those Gamma bans are more for fun or if they're actually worried about a Talon and an Akali. I know Akali has kind of been running Worlds so far. But CB Starlight definitely hitting the nail on the head with those Gamma targets.
And there you go, Septi. You said, maybe we'll see All for Love randomly on the Pike, not quite the Pike, but it will be the
Pretty
Blitzcrank.
close.
So,
It's
yeah,
pretty
exactly.
close.
No enchanters today, even though, except on Gamma, where we do see that Seraphine. So there is kind of that role reversal there. So, very nice. And we are seeing the Udyr come through here in the jungle for Rare Candy, not a champion that I feel like we see a ton in competitive play right now, but really rampaging through at least my solo queue games.
Definitely one that's going to pair really nicely with the Seraphine, and I think we have our answer for whether or not these teams are going to take this matchup seriously. We had Seraphine and Udyr locked in a very nice pairing as this Pike is
Oh,
hovered and potentially locked in.
there
Yeah.
you go.
So it is going to be that Pike locked in for 17. I think it'll probably be a Seraphine Pike bot lane.
Right.
From my understanding, I know Korea definitely like playing more of those utility style AD carries, the Misfortunes, your Ezreals, and your Seraphines go alongside that. But matched up into that Kai'Sa and Blitzcrank is going to be a little bit difficult because Kai'Sa's an AD carry that can really get around Seraphine's abilities. In a mid fight, Seraphine is focused one way with her ultimate. Kai'Sa can dash side, jump behind her, make it a living hell for that enchanter carry. But I mean, matched up with the Udyr, it's going to be interesting because Udyr and Seraphine pair very nicely. Um, and so far, I mean, I like these compositions being built out for both teams.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the way that CB Starlight there is protecting their AD carry and Daydream by securing that Kai'Sa before the second round of bans, not allowing Dorado Gaming Gamma to take more away. And we were discussing this prior to the stream, Seppti, but it does look like you can at least ban Cassante on draft wall. I don't know if you can pick him or not, but they're not actually going to end up banning that one out. Instead, it is going to be set. So 2 top laners taken away there from Hasm, 3 if you count the Camille in the first round. We know he is really a big fan of that set pick in the finals. I believe picked it every single time. And we'll see here for CB Starlight what they want to do. Probably going to be one of their 2 solo laners coming through.
Knowing Hazem, he's probably going to lean towards something. Probably, I mean, no, sorry, CB Starlight probably going to pick up something like a Gwen here. They need some AP damage, or Sejuani is going to be something that's nice as well. Definitely more of the utility pick. Definitely not something you expect in a show match. I expect, the Fioras, the Zeds, the fun, flashy champion. Sejuani going to be very stable. CB Starlight is playing absolutely no games in this matchup so far. Mordekaiser would be the expected matchup if someone like, Hazem was playing to absolutely dominate that lane, and it very well could be. But I would just be, just expect, something like a Fiora as well if he was willing to play it. But that Mordekaiser blocking in, it's going to make Sejuani's life a living hell.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the amount of magic damage so far on the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Will be interesting to see if they try to put some more AD into the mid lane or not. Obviously, Pike does come through with some of that, but it is going to be, it looks like the Victor instead. So, I mean, that should be pretty nice for the Sejuani's itemization overall, but it is a nice safe pick for OG Kush in the mid lane. We know that he likes those, kind of farm, or those mages who do have the option to sit back and farm.
Yeah, it's definitely an OG Kush pick. I was gonna say it's a little troublesome that they do have, full basically AP because Pike, the majority of his damage is gonna be true damage, and it's not
Right.
gonna be that 80 damage.
That's fair.
And I think that's a mid lane Varus that we get as well. Which is gonna be exciting. I haven't seen Victor Varus matchup, but they're both 2 poke champions that are, fairly good into each other. Varus definitely, you know, more dangerous come that level 6, is able to stack up those those blight stacks and land a massive arrow, potentially doing up to 80% of your health at like components. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Definitely more of a well-rounded comp for CB Starlight. Has good engage with that Blitzcrank Cook and the Sejuani ultimate and the Varus ultimate even. But going triple marksman into a full AP comp is going to be a little bit worrisome because they can burst you down pretty easily unless CB Starlight adapts with their items.
Yeah, I mean, and when you mention that, Septi, it just makes me think about you've got these 3 marksmen, at least in Varus and Squishy, going to be pulling in members, who yes, there's a couple of squishy members on Dorado Gaming Gamma, but it could get them into some sticky situations. If the Mordekaiser or the Udyr ends up stepping in front of that fist when it's flying out. So that'll be exciting to see. I'm also excited, you're expecting the Varus into the mid lane. I think that makes sense. I just want to throw out there, obviously earlier in the season, we saw a lot more Kai'Sa in the mid lane. And so that's just something, that could possibly be a switch, but definitely might struggle, I guess, with the range of the Victor. So I just like to throw that little bit of spice, keep the viewers guessing.
I mean, it's definitely a champion that, is very good at poking. If they went AP Kai'Sa, it'd be very painful to pair alongside that AP Varus or that Varus even. Um, Daydream also very well known for that Kai'Sa. I think they really enjoy playing those mobile AD carries,
True.
the Xayah type, the Kai'Sa type.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't
and I
necessarily
also,
think of the Varus.
you don't necessarily think of the Varus, right? But could definitely play it if she wanted to. But I do also need to correct myself earlier. I did say that GoPM and No Attack played for TA. I meant to say Shadow Z. So thank you for those who corrected me. But moving into this draft, is going to see again the Sejuani into the Mordecai. I'm curious because when you think about it, right, Sejuani is a very strong, lane champion, but Mordekaiser, really makes her life a living hell in that lane. And I'm curious to see, what kind of priority Graves is going to be able to find for himself to try and, do the Graves thing, take, invade enemy camps, bully the enemy jungler, and make their life a living hell. Because realistically, Udyr, yes, is very strong, but we'll probably be going for a Phoenix stance, max build, which means that they're going to be doing AP. I also could entirely eat my words as soon as this draft starts. And and Rare Candy decides to go for a not Tiger Claw, not Tiger Stance build, but whatever the Q Max build is, and be that 80 carry in the on the Dorado Gamma side.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about before kind of that damage distribution and the difficulty that it might present for Dorado. On the other hand, though, like you mentioned, Mordekaiser kind of snuffing out that Sejuani's early potential. If Dorado can be really, really aggressive early in the game and get themselves a lead, it wouldn't be as much of a big thing to worry about. So, we know that these Dorado players often pretty aggressive in general early in the game. Hasm in particular always makes it very fun. So I'll be excited to see specifically up into that top lane if we get any gank action, because I think if either of those junglers gets ahead, it'll be fun to see if they're able to run with it.
And you were talking about Kai'Sa mid earlier.
Oh,
That's currently
true.
where the lineup is. It is going to be odd Goat BM. Goat BM definitely more of a mage type player. Definitely likes playing, more of those control mage styles, those poke mage styles. Had a very good lesson up against the Kog'Maw player in the again Diamond Finals. But taking that lesson into this now show match, going to pull out potentially Kai'Sa mid. I think they have about 7 seconds more to swap here. I'd be excited to see that. I haven't casted an AP Kai'Sa mid. I assume it would be Kai'Sa mid ever before. So I'm gonna have to do some learning on the fly to let you guys know what's going on in the chat. But I mean, this is kind of exactly what we wanted, right? We wanted an exciting matchup in our feature matchup of the day before we get into the All-Star Draft tournament after this. Because again, we got more games after this. This isn't just a one and done show match. We got the All-Stars from the Platinum tournament coming around after this game, and I'm just excited to see what's what.
Absolutely. No. This is not all we have. This is just the start of the fun. It is the best of Plat versus the worst of Diamond, with the Gaming Gamma taking on CB Starlight. We're going to go into a little bit of a spectator delay for competitive integrity, but we will be right back in just a couple of minutes as we get onto the Rift. We'll see you then. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first show match of CCS All-Stars Day 2. We have got CB Starlight on the red side taking on Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side. CB Starlight fighting to prove that they are not the worst at something, at the very least. maybe they're the worst in the CCS Diamond League, but they may not be the worst at beating teams that are eligible for Plat Leagues.
Well, they're definitely trying to show they're not the worst at flexing picks around, as we are going to have again that
True.
Kaisa bid. And I'm going to have to eat my words again because it is not AP Kaisa. At least that's not what the setup is going to be. Lethal Tempo on Kaisa generally means it'll be that on-hit build. It'll be probably like a Kraken Slayer with a Wit's End instead of, that Gnasher's Tooth that we might see on a Kaisa. Because generally they like to go Hail of Blades in that matchup. But, I mean, just thinking about Victor to Kaisa just makes me sick. Victor is going to absolutely abuse the range of this short range 80 carry. Already getting a nice chunk onto the bot side, but a good trade from Goat BM to get a nice bit of, damage back onto Kush. I mean, I just kind of want to look around at the Rift and see these different summoner spells. We do have League of Ghosts on the side of CB Starlight. Has All for Love already angling for a hook.
Ooh, All for Love is going to pick up the hook onto Carino, and they are going to drop the Ignite early here. Carino is going to flash out early, though, to keep himself safe, and now it's All for Love getting brought back by Svintine. Both are going to go very low, and at the end of the day, it's going to be All for Love with no flash. That Blitzcrank now going to be very vulnerable. That melee champion early on, but Carino also still pretty low. So we'll have to see if either jungler tries to get down to that bot lane, as they are both pathing that way, having started up on the top side.
Yeah, and Graves going for a 3-camp, going for the fast 3-camp level 3 with this, Red Raptors into Gromp start is going to be much faster than the Udi, who is already on the spot side. Level 3 is going to be finishing up those Raptors now, but interesting to note is while Carino does not have that flash, All for Love still has that Hex Flash, so we'll be able to threaten just sitting in these bushes. And having just swept out a ward, I believe, is going to land a hook onto Seppti.
There we go. Svintine is going to be picked up again, but now All for Love is going to be in trouble, and it's going to be First Blood picked up by Carino, as now Daydream has popped the Ghost, trying to lay down enough damage. Still quite a bit of health bar, and a flash is going to keep her safe from the hook. Now here's Rare Candy. 2 Ghosts being popped here on the side of both junglers, and looks like Rare Candy is still trying to aggress forward, and a little bit of a health advantage. 1 member advantage is Carino going to go very, very low. Graves going to be able to finish it off, as I love you so much, shooting that W to snipe out the kill, so it will be a 1-for-1 in the more extended trade bot lane.
Yeah, that seemed a little bit disrespectful from Carino, as 17 is again backing in the face of Daydream, already having some, show match shenanigans in this game. But yeah, it seemed like All for Love just kind of over there didn't really realize how much damage that Seraphine could do in the early game with that, Doran's ring. But I mean, good roam from I Love You So Much to be able to actually be on that bot side. 17 looking. Okay. Well, it's okay. They're not in finals anymore. It doesn't have to, have those crazy reactions, but is going to go for that recall there to match. I'm curious because Daydream was forced to use both of those summoners there on the bot side. I'm curious if they could have been able to just flash earlier on as a Ghost comes out in the top side. IQ Island, no flash.
Oh, he is going to go very low. Last Q does not land, but it does not matter because Hazem is just going to knock him to death with that big thingy that Mordekaiser carries, whatever the heck it is. That mace, that mace, just going to mace him to death there. And that's going to be the Sejuani going down. Does have the teleport to get back, but not really there is this wave to pick up, but, not really an upside here, I guess, is what I'm trying to say from IQ Island. Seppti, as you mentioned that this Sejuani likes to be dominant in the lane phase, especially taking that Ignite. That's kind of what you're banking on, right? Because the flash is useful for Sejuani later in the game if you do opt into it. But for now, has him taking that lead, and we'll have to see if maybe the I Love You So Much can come up to provide some assistance.
Yeah, and that lead has been grasped firmly by Hazem. We just need to look at those items. 17 with a nice dodge on the Rocket Fist. Just look at those items, right? Sejuani backed, or rather died, TP back with a Tear. And Hazem is coming back with a Blasting one and an Amp Tome. This is gonna be some pain
Ouch.
for the boar lady.
Yeah, that's a lot of ability power there for Hasm, who also does have that level 6 advantage. Didn't have level 6 previously, so that one is up and available, which makes him basically impossible to gank. I'm pretty sure, as long as that one is up. As looking at the mid lane here, we can see Goat BM taking a little bit of that punishment that you were talking about, Seppti being outranged into the matchup. And I know I will stop talking, but I did want to mention, you joined us later on in this split, but the prior split, for CCS fans from the split prior, you'll know the legend of Okami Hiazo, who was our plat MVP, and he was a huge AP Kaisa mid player. I'm pretty sure he would sometimes take this lethal tempo and still just go AP. So all that to say, we'll see.
I mean, runes are just a suggestion, right?
Right. Well, I mean, you still use auto attacks when you're not shooting your W, because that's
true.
And your Q is just like a one-shot thing anyways. I don't know. We'll see.
Anyways.
This Carino is going to make nice use of that blasting plant to get himself over to safety after a nice hook for All for Love. And while I was saying all of that stuff, the Dorado Gaming Gamma squad was down here at the Dragon Pit picking that one up, so it will be a Mountain Dragon on their side. They have about a 700 gold lead here at 7 minutes.
Also, we got some fun things to discuss after we see the resulting of that hook. But yeah, we had some very fun things to discuss, right? I want you to take a peek at those jungle items. We have a pickaxe for the Udyr.
Oh,
and a Caulfield's Warhammer for the Graves. Now, the pickaxe for the Udyr is much more interesting because I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of what that Caulfield's would be for the Graves because it's not an Umbral Glaive. It could, it could just be a Gore Drinker, and we could just be going to sleep early. But
that's what I was.
Hold on.
Oh, it's going to be All for Love, has very little mana, but does have that speed boost, and is going to just be able to run himself out of it. But now we do have both junglers down here. Rare Candy is very low on mana, but it's going to get Daydream getting hooked up first and going down, and that is going to take things from bad to worse as Goat BM wants to flash away, but Rare Candy going to continue to follow, and it's 17 picking up the double kill for the Pike, and the bot lane for Dorado Gaming Gamma getting even richer here.
Yeah, and Gamma has not missed a beat since their finals a few weeks ago. Doing a really nice job being able to just find that play on the bot side. Rare Candy, in the right spot, being able to cash out I Love You So Much, who thought that they had a nice flank on the Dorado Gaming bot lane. And I think Goat BM also thought that they were level 6 when they went for that flash. Because it looked like they were trying to ulti back over the wall, but did not quite have the experience to do it. But yeah, it actually looks like it might be a cleaver as the first item for I Love You So Much, if I'm reading those items correctly. And I still have no idea what Rare Candy is going to go for. Maybe we'll get an inkling when they complete this Rico here. Could be something maybe like a Stride Breaker that the Udyr could go for. It is something that pairs very nicely with it. Definitely going to pick up that whip. Yep, and it looks like it will be that Stride Breaker pickup, or at least components for it.
Yep, I would imagine so. Unless he's going for a Wit's End later.
True. Could be building...
I don't think so.
I mean, they could be building that Wit's End first with the whip, although
True.
It might be a little psychotic doing it as All for Love.
Probably would not have sold the pick, or not have upgraded the pickaxe. Well, you never know for the jungle code. We could talk about it forever, but up here in the top lane, Hasm has taken IQ Island into the death rope. He's going to be burning down, but Hasm doesn't want to tank the turret any longer. Is going to be able to drop the aggro. One more Q will finish it off, and he's going to be able to walk out of there scot-free as he owns that top lane. And Carino here trying to trade with this Varus, feeling himself, I think, after the start to this game, but gonna be tricky one-on-one at this point in the game for to outdamage that AD carry champion.
Yeah, and we're 9 minutes in, and it is already about a 3,500 gold lead, close to 4,000 gold lead, as Daydream does have...
Ooh, we got to set up for a dive here. Graves is down here as well. We are going to see All for Love, though, taking the recall, so probably not looking for this dive. They're going to let the wave go through as well. As 17 is here to back him up. Although All for Love, it looks like maybe did cancel it. Who knows? I'm just not going to speak until something happens, because now they are centering around this bot lane as a nice Pike hook to start it out, but now Carino gonna get a nice stopwatch after getting grabbed by All for Love, flashing away. Now the ultimate with Seraphine. Can they pick up any additional turret aggro? They sure can, and it's gonna be 17 picking up the ultimate to share the wealth with Carino 3-0-2 now on that Pike as I think that cannon minion just put in as much work as that cannon minion just put in as much work as any of the other players from CB Starlight so far. I was gonna say as far as kills.
I was wondering why you stopped talking, and then I realized Carino died.
I just was lost for words, actually.
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
Okay.
I mean, doing a really nice job using the encore as well as the ensuing snares and stuns from the Seraphim there, as IQ Island kind of misreading the trade there. Has been doing it a lot this game, I think, going for those Arctic assaults, not really respecting the pullback that Hazem has on that champion. But I mean, on the bot side there, you're very happy, I think, if you're Dorado Gaming Gamma, right? You get to share the gold. Pike gets that extra bonus gold from Death from Below, or rather Seraphim gets the bonus gold and Pike gets the kill. But I mean, doing a really good job. 17 showing why this champion is, such a staple in their pocket. Doing a really nice job. Kind of interesting though, because I haven't really. I feel like I would have expected more from the Blitzcrank so far this game. But then again, I don't really want to have any expectations. We have a really nice engagement mid. Kush gonna maybe find a solo kill.
One more tick would do it, but Goat BM able to walk it out. With that being said, though, OG Kush is dropping his damage and exerting his will onto Goat BM, who does look to be going that AD route. But we got a little bit of a spectator bug there, as Daydream is going to be able to flash out of that one in the end. But it's Spinteen coming up on top with the ultimate, inevitably going to burn down from the Ignite, as All for Love does pick up some nice shutdown gold. But Blitzcrank, not exactly where you're going to be able to make most use of that money.
Yeah, I mean, good.
I mean, hey, you want it, right? I mean, he makes use of it for sure. I mean, I don't want to short him, but
yeah, I mean, Blitzcrank. I mean, depends on what item they go for. Could go for. I mean, I think it's gonna be that locket. No, could be going for that Shirelia's for that move speed, but definitely going for a bit more of a tanky build. As we are gonna have basically we're gonna have full AD versus full AP is what it looks like in this game. I'm not really counting the Udyr. I count the Udyr as the tanky Sejuani, and the Pike is just a true damage bot. But it was actually that cleaver first for I Love You So Much, and that's gonna be interesting into this team because there's really only one super tanky member in Rare Candy.
And I Love You So Much. He is going to be taken into the death realm, but now with that, Ghost has been able to keep himself safe so far. It is going to be Hazem taking up the turret, going to drop it with the last shot, but instead it's Rare Candy being the one to die, opting into that turret dive. And nice moves from I Love You So Much with that Ghost to get himself safe. OG Kush in the mid lane doing the same thing for Gamma. And, with that Ghost, 3 Ghosts picked up on the side of CB Starlight. Definitely a summoner spell that's getting a lot more love lately, and we can see why that's the case.
Yeah, it's getting some love, and so is, I mean, I was going to say, I Love You So Much put on their dancing shoes when they popped that Ghost, but they actually bought some dancing shoes now, as IQ Island is going to get put in the ground.
OG Kush, he's trying to complete a 1v2 here. As we flip back, not sure how we got into that situation, but it was OG Kush against Goat BM and All for Love. As now Rare Candy, a new challenger, has arrived. He's going to go forward, and Goat BM, I don't know that there's any way that he could have really played that differently. Will end up going down in a 1-for-1. And now we do see some rotation bot lane from Dorado Gaming Gamma, who have yet to pick up a turret so far in this one. So we'll see if they, set their sights on one soon. Mid lane looking pretty juicy, pretty low. Yeah,
yet to pick up a turret, as you see. I Love You So Much going out to Hazem is going to have the damage to kill them if they're able to land one more auto attack.
Ooh, trying to go under the turret. Hazem, nice moves, walking around the turret to avoid that Q from the Graves. Graves also having some trouble under the turret, attacking champions instead of
okay.
And all right, so now Graves is dead, and now we're gonna see him dive under the bot lane. All for Love is gonna be the first target, as the Seraphine ultimate will land. Rare Candy is gonna be traded into 1-for-1. That was Spinteen is gonna go low, and Goat BM has arrived. Nice flash to land the stun, but just one more auto is going to finish it off. And CB Starlight all of a sudden does not turn the entire game around, as OG Kush has claimed the first turret in the mid lane, but it's at least a little bit of life here from the Diamond last placers.
Yeah, I mean, CB Starlight finding a really nice pick there on the bot side, finding 3 members overextending, getting the flashes out of 17 as well. But you are going to have to deal with that monster that is Hazem in the top side at some point. And I need to ask something. I need to ask the players after this game if the Pike ulti is as distracting in game as it is on broadcast, because that is a very large flare that goes up every time Death from Below gets a kill. Hazem in a tight spot.
It's similar for me too. It's the fun of the spectator as Hazem is in this 1-2, still has the W to pop, does do so, but not able to take down either member. That is going to be 900 gold going over to the Graves, and now it's OG Kush a little bit caught out here. Goat BM going to be able to land the W with the help of All for Love, and will pick up the kill credit also, as that's going to be the Kaisa now grabbing, I believe it is 2 in a row. Pretty big for her as she's still trying to finish off that first item. And, you know, as I said earlier, these little plays, it doesn't, you know, turn the whole game around in one fell swoop, but slowly but surely it is now, you know, just 3 and, you know, 3,400, it looks like, gold. So that is substantially less. It looks like, you know, almost half of what the lead was at one point.
Yeah, it did look pretty disastrous earlier for CB Starlight, but I mean, what's going to happen in the next minute is we're going to have to see if CB Starlight is able to actually walk towards this bot side river and contest this dragon, because quietly, Dorado Gaming has picked up, you know, a mountain and an infernal dragon and are working towards that ocean soul. And so just looking at item breakpoints, right, we're going to have 2 items on Mordekaiser. We're going to have 1 item basically on everyone else. And interesting to note is that it's a Mikhail's purchase for the side for the Blitzcrank here. A little bit dangerous. Oh, Karino is going to have to flash. Yeah.
He's gonna be the Mikhail, so maybe does it help? Does it Does it work on Mordekaiser ultimate?
It works on charms. I think the.
I knew that it works on CC. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So
Mordekaiser
definitely
ulti
could be
is
useful
technically
against, you know, the Victor and the Pike, and the Seraphine as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, and as we said it, right, it looks like CB Starlight is going to be in the bot side river here, and Dorado Gaming has decided to opt to drop that Herald there and leave it
Yep. They are just trying to force them to make a decision, and it is going to be a fight in the river either way, as a big Seraphine ultimate is going to come through as they're trying to kite back for CB Starlight with those marksman characters. They're all going solo, but can they get through the front line? Graves going into the back line, somehow surviving after picking up 1 kill, but now it's turning over to the side of Dorado Gaming. Gamma as 17 is coming over the wall, trying to finish things off. Goat BM wants to catch him out, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of the squad arrives, and it's going to be a 1-for-4 definitive fight for Dorado Gaming Gamma, who aren't playing around anymore.
Nah, they're not playing around anymore. It did look like they were playing around to begin with, but a really nice ultimate coming out from Karina, though, catching the Blitzcrank and the Kaisa, who has used the Mikhail's on, but Pike finding that early kill onto Sejuani, getting the reset on that Death from Below, just really set up the whole fight, then following it with that kill onto Daydream, getting the reset onto Gopium, which I don't think he was really expecting. Almost died as a result. Was able to walk away, getting those nice, you know, mastery flares and that 3rd dragon to go alongside with their 6,000 gold lead and fight win.
Yeah, 6,000 gold lead, 3 dragon lead as well. It will be just, you know, still 4.5 minutes until that Ocean Soul will spawn, but it just is 1 more win condition for Dorado Gaming Gamma as they control this map. And they're all going to go back to base, spend the money that they have, and as they come out onto the map here, trying to set down some vision, which is so important, Seppti, when you're playing against this Blitzcrank who, you know, takes advantage of that. And speaking of vision and Blitzcrank, looks like he could be in trouble. Is going to be able to run out of there, but the Baron is up in 41 seconds, so we would imagine that probably going to be some vision set down around there, maybe some fights forced around there in the near future.
Yeah, and as a Graves player, I'm a little bit sad looking at I Love You So Much's build.
Interesting choice there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not terrible. Graves
used to, like, top lane Graves used to build more of that, right? Or more of, I don't know. Well, sorry, you're the Graves
potentially
player.
I mean, I'm a Graves player. I mean,
well, so am I by that metric.
I mean, it definitely has some value or some merit if you're talking about it as, you know, definitely not in the right position. Oh, no.
Okay, speaking of not in the right position, here's Daydream going to get pulled into the death realm by Hasm. Nowhere to go as Hasm is going to slay that Varus. And from here, it is looking a little bit rough as we do see Carino going down, but it's a double kill already for Rare Candy. Svinteen finishes that one off, and Dorado Gaming Gamma looks like they might not even want the Baron. They're running. Nope, they are going to go back to the Baron. They do want it. Never mind. Not going to go up mid lane where probably they would just be able to get the one inhibitor, but now we're going to see a 1v1 in the mid lane. Goat BM flashing over, but still getting caught by that gravity well, feeling very bad there as he did have an advantage in the first half of the trade. Now turning his heels running, but meanwhile, we don't see a Baron taken. We don't see an inhibitor taken for Gamma. So not really, not anything taken off the backside of that fight.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit bad for
Yet.
Kush. Yeah, yet. As this Baron gets started up. Kush, I think if he had microed that ultimate a little bit better, would have been able to get that kill onto GoPM, but the duo bruisers of Rare Candy and Hasm are just going to show this Baron who's really in charge on the Rift here. It is not the Purple Worm, it is the homeless man and the guy with a mace.
That dynamic duo is easily able to take it down. They do spot it out, but it doesn't even matter as I Love You So Much is going to the Ghost again. Here's OG Kush going to be able to sidestep the W from Kaisa and now has the team here as I Love You So Much caught over the wall. What can he do as 17 is going to miss that ultimate, and now the Graves does have a little bit of room to run away. What about this 1v1? Nice flash by 17, and it's a rampage for this Pyke, putting on a show here from, what I would say probably kind of the most low-key member of Gamma during the regular split. Goat BM also going to die.
Yeah, it was a trap. I Love You So Much was not prepared for the entirety of the Dorado team to be there. I mean, showing up with purple on the bot side after your duo just takes Baron on the top side as Hasm is playing no games here. Knows.
All right, here we go. The epic 1v1 between Blitzcrank and Mordekaiser. Let's go. What can Noatek do? He's pretty fast, and he does have a turret on his side. And there we go. Is able to survive some fancy feet from Noatek here. And it will be the inhibitor taken down as Rare Candy just going to run out of range from the ultimate there. The Chain of Corruption thrown out by Daydream. Dragon spawning now. It will be the Soul on the line in 34 seconds. Both teams probably going to be interested in fighting for that. And for CB Starlight, though, how do you get yourself an advantage? It seems like they're kind of just running in over and over again, kind of like insanity. Like, what can they do differently, Seppti, as they set up? Is there anything?
The advantage is called using a wall and Rocket Fist to isolate one member of Dorado Gaming, which is going to be hard anyway because the only person who really is, there are two people really worth grabbing from Dorado Gaming, and that's going to be the Victor and the Seraphine. But, as it looks right now, they're in a good spot for it. Rocket Fist being used a little bit early there means that Dorado Gaming has the green light to start this fight.
And here we go. The green light is on, and Rare Candy was running, but now running away, as it is going to be I Love You So Much going so low, is going to be able to, going to walk back into the Victor ultimate, and now the rest of the team fight does break out as Daydream is firing off on the back line, doing a lot of damage, but the front line just not able to last. And it's going to be a double kill from Rare Candy as Daydream does manage to finish off Hasm, but that is it. 1-4-5 Ocean Soul for Dorado Gaming Gamma, who have so many advantages at this point with OG Kush teleporting into the top lane to try to take down that turret. It's really their game to take from this. It's been their game to take, I suppose, but, it's really, really that way now.
Yeah, they were in the driver's seat, and now they've put it into 6th gear. They're just, really mowing down the side of CB Starlight here. 13K is a little bit rough. Granted, again, both teams kind of hindering themselves a little bit in team composition. Playing triple marksman for CB Starlight is a little bit rough in this day and age. Rare Candy is just going to absolutely demolish GoPM with that wilding claw. Holy moly.
3 marksmen into an Udyr. It turns out it's not that great of an idea. It has him now going to take I Love You So Much into the Death Realm. Coming out of the turret does have the W shield here, but how long can he last? I've seen this before, and Hasm is going to go down. The IQ Island just kind of wanting everyone going against the world is OG Kush doing so much damage under the turret, basically taking out 2 members all by himself. Now Rare Candy, jungler, trying to run down this Graves, who's so damn fast, but going to get rooted up by Carino. Can he make it out? No, Rare Candy finally getting the last hit there now as GoPM is going to come in and, rinse and repeat. Come on out.
Was that a replay? GoPM just had the same thing happen to him twice.
Yeah.
Got the absolute snot out of him by that double Q from Rare Candy. Oh no! I mean, that's kind of what you expect at this point, right? It's you're down 15k. Dorado Gaming is having a little bit of fun there. Carino is gonna sidestep that hook.
He's going to get knocked up here, but where is the follow-up for All for Love? Not yet arriving as Rare Candy now going to dive in and get the kill on to no attack. Now he is going to go low there, and that is Daydream picking up the 1k gold. Shutdown for the Varus. Is it too late, though? Probably so, but, the Nexus is not exploded yet here, 26 minutes in, as we do see 2 members of Dorado Gaming Gamma on the fringes of the base. The other 2 members are coming up as well to join in Hasm and OG Kush, and then expect for the last push to occur.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how much of a last push we're gonna get, or if it's gonna be Dorado Gaming just trying to play TDM for the next 5 minutes.
Are they gonna play with their food as Hasm once again taking that Graves into the Death Realm? He will not give up. He is going to kill Graves in the Death Realm. Damn it. As he is gonna do so, but is gonna be taken down. Call it worth, but checking in, it is a 4v3 now on the map. That's Rare Candy just spawning out of the base. The minions are coming in. OG Kush is going to get cut by the Chains of Corruption. Daydream, can she stay alive? Yes, she can, as Carino is now the target. Going to be slowed up. 17 getting that crucial ultimate, though, to take down the major damage source here from CB Starlight. Now is Carino and 17. The bot lane started it up with that action early on, and the bot lane wants to be the ones to finish it off as well. Carino going low on mana. IQ Island trying to dash away, but it's 17 with another dunk on the ultimate, and whether or not they want to end it, Gamma's minions are going to do so on their behalf, and the best of Plat remains the best, and the worst of Diamond remains the worst.
Oh boy, I mean, that's a little bit painful. If you're CB Starlight, you came in to have fun, and then the game just slowly started slipping away from you as it went on. But I mean, still, we get to see why Dorado Gaming was crowned the champions of Platinum. That Gamma roster was absolutely massive there. Rare Candy showing up on that AD Udyr, as I thought it might be in draft, but really doing a great job showing how much damage it can do. I don't know if anyone clipped that one sequence, but you probably could have had both deaths of GoPM from Rare Candy in one clip.
Was pretty much the exact death timer. So.
Yeah, pretty much the exact death timer. But I mean, overall, very well played. I mean, we saw the strengths that they showed in playoffs. Really strong bot line, really strong top side with a very solid fighting bot lane with utility and engage from the players respectively. We saw the standard Victor from Kush, so didn't really step outside of his. Actually, no. More so stepped into the spotlight with who he is with that Victor pick as a bit of a farewell before he, goes off into retirement. And Rare Candy doing a really nice job showing up on that Udyr. A little bit unfortunate. I would have liked to see, that AP Kaisa and AP Varus, but, on hit doing just the same there. But good job from both teams there, and a very nice victory for Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, and congratulations to the members of Dorado Gaming Gamma. They probably didn't know, but this is a test of whether or not they should be allowed back in Plat, and they passed. You're all blacklisted, so
I was gonna say they're all getting yeeted now, right?
Yep, you're all
how
yeeted.
this works.
So that was actually what this was for. Only OG Kush knew, which is why he was retiring anyways. Just kidding. But for CB Starlight also, they had some different players, so maybe some disconnects on that side, and we do thank them for participating in this fun event here for CCS All-Stars. And now, remember, that is not all. We've got, even more, even the best yet to come. I'll just keep saying that. If there's anything else left, I'll say it's the best yet to come, just so you'll keep watching. We are going to see the first round of the draft tournament. And let's see, I can't remember.
I don't have the schedule. I don't have
the first match is. No, hold on. I work for this league and I can figure it out. And
I do too, technically. Hold on.
Yeah, but I'm an admin. Okay, the first. Yeah, thankfully it turns out we have a producer,
Oh,
and
that's
Ludi
true.
Yolo has informed me that it is Chelsea's Cat Girls 2 Electric Boogaloo versus Brankel's Factory of Sadness. So, we know that that one's going to be a banger just based on the drafters alone. That is going to get started in just a couple of minutes. So I think we're going to take a quick break here. So stretch, get up, stretch around, flame people in the trash talk, etc., etc. And we will see you back in just a couple of minutes for the first match of our All-Star Draft Tournament. We'll see you then.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear and would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. The sorrow and despair became too much to bear. force had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused the wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the best amateur league, a League of Legends league in the world. That's it. That's right. It's the Classic Championship Series. I cannot speak. My rhythm has been thrown off
Oof.
due to that, that
It's
long,
been-
nice break we had. Seppti, looks like you got a little bit of rest for
I
yourself
took a nap.
as
Yeah,
well.
I got a little bit of a nap in there.
Yeah, well, I
Twen-
mean, got to make use of the time. But
Yeah.
just as slow as the intro, I guess, was coming in here, we are going to quickly again get into the picks and bans. We have Chelsea's Cat Girls to the Electric Boogaloo on the blue side, the reigning champions of the CCS draft tournament. I guess Chelsea is just the reigning champion as the drafter. And then on the other side, we do have Brankel's Factory of Sadness. So lots of all-stars that we'll have lots to say about on both sides of the rift here today. But as it stands so far, we got Vladimir and Kindred being banned out by Chelsea's Cat Girls, and Brankel's Factory of Sadness pumping out the bans on Silas as well as Renata Glass. So it looks like some pocket picks being taken away across the board so far here with the Maokai and the Zillion to finish it up.
Do we know if Chelsea's Cat Girls was the name of the first draft team that Chelsea
It
had?
was in
Okay.
fact. Yes, Matt. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying to remember who all the members of that were. I was definitely like Mossy in the jungle, Matt G taking the 80 carry role in that particular lineup. I'm
Oh.
trying to remember who else. Anyways, but yeah, they beat my team unfortunately. But as we
Well,
see, first pick here coming through from the Cat Girls, what's it going to be?
ooh, Caitlyn.
Okay. Oh,
Never
nope,
mind.
never mind.
Misfortune.
Ooh,
Champion that was banned out in the last game, but a champion that has been pretty solid. Just in the meta for the past bunch of patches. Did get a little bit of a nerf today, or rather, did get not quite a nerf, but a shift towards more of her supportive style, getting some buffs on those AP ratios. But seeing the Misfortune there for Bubster is going to be really interesting,
right.
just because
And
it really sets you up for that press R, all in team fighting comp.
No, absolutely. Sorry to interrupt. I mean, I
You're
was just
good.
going to say,
You're good.
Bobster in particular, if you know him, you either love him or you hate him for the most part. But either way, he's a very good on this Misfortune. Definitely has put up some huge carry performances throughout the split with ID Eclipse, who did take it all the way to the finals for Wednesday or no Thursday. I mean, I can't. Yeah, Thursday. But Brankel's Factory of Sadness, meanwhile, has picked up their own bot lane. It is going to be the Samira being paired up with Tarek. So that is pretty exciting and fun stuff to see. Tarek coming into the meta a little bit more recently, but not something we see a whole lot. And then Samira, definitely a pocket pick.
Definitely a bot lane that is going to be very good into that direction there. It likes to go forward. Is going to be able to stuff the bullet time with that Samira W, I believe. I'm forgetting the name of it currently, but it's very nice combination. Being able to line up the dazzles with the Samira dashes should be able to close up that range on the Misfortune. And something that is going to be interesting. This Akali pickup is not, directly a counter to what is being shown by Brankel's Factory of Sadness, but it's something more seems to be, I guess, a comfort pick for Trice Cross. It's going to be something that is going to be very painful for Kaiser in the mid lane, regardless probably of what they pick, and with that Silas ban, it's not really going to have a one-for-one answer. It's going to be something, slightly different from that Akali style. Probably would be, I mean, oh, oh, oh.
Okay. We were
I
talking about it earlier.
I don't
Play
know
made it
anything
official.
about this champion.
Play made it official in the Discord. Cassante is enabled and will be picked up here for Brankel's Factory of Sadness.
All
We'll
right.
just have to see where that one is going to go. I know it's
So
made top lane, right? I think.
yeah. So what I know about this champion is that it is a very similar style to. I mean, it's like a top lane bruiser tank, right?
Right.
There's kind of two builds on it right now. People are going either like Divine Sunder or they're going Frostfire. It also has been. I've seen its support as well, but I mean, I think people are just trying it everywhere.
Yeah.
Definitely more of a level 6 champion. I think their early levels is going to be kind of weak. But does have, some, it's basically like a tank Yasuo is I think how it is. It's a tank Yasuo with like a wall dive. So he can stack up his Qs and then he smashes the ground and knocks you toward him with a tornado style projectile. Um, I mean, we'll see it in game. I'll try to explain it as it comes, but moving through those draft phases is going to be some AP Bruisers banned out from Chelsea's Cat Girls to Electric Boogaloo, as well as a Fiora and a Poppy banned by Brankel's Factory of Sadness. And to that, Elsa, Brankel's Factory of Sadness have said, we're going to pick the other AP Bruiser
Yep.
that
Yeah,
people like to
definitely.
play.
Dojo's not being denied from his style here, picking up the Lilia. So still going to be able to have kind of that fast pace in the jungle early on.
Oh,
And speaking of that fast pace early on, the exiled Gaoshu, otherwise known as PP Gaoshu, otherwise known as never builds a mythic item ever in the jungle, does pick
otherwise
up
known
the
as
Lee
PP
Sin.
God,
Yeah,
excuse you.
exactly. Sorry, PP. Yeah, well, all of these have been the names. These players, they change their names too much. It's makes me
Yeah.
crazy. But no, Lee Sin also bring that early power to the jungle, and now we're going to see what we have here for Bennett in the top lane, as it is going to be a Zac picked up.
Wow.
So we've got a tank bruiser, I guess, of his own here with the Zac, bringing a lot of that long range engage. And this is an interesting pick. Obviously, like we've talked about, this is a show match, so sometimes players might just want to bring out something that seems fun. But I'm also wondering if Bennett has any, sort of matchup knowledge or anything like that, as that doesn't matter, because if he did have matchup knowledge, it wouldn't really matter because that's a Darius that was been
Yeah,
locked in.
I forgot we're playing with martial arts for Y in this game.
Yes,
Because that
we didn't
Cassante
consider the
definitely
mid Cassante.
that Cassante would have been Kaiser. So definitely probably going to be going towards more of that maybe Bruiser style with the Divine Thunder. But Darius, a champion that Marshall has been terrorizing the in-house server on. I think I don't know if you've heard many stories about it, Elsa, but I think everyone who knows what I'm talking about sees that Marshall is getting pentakill after pentakill on Darius in those games. Kind of regardless of how the game goes. It's like even if he's winning, even if he's losing, it's just a pentakill. And definitely is going to be something that really will be able to mess up a lot of Chelsea's team here. Can be able to pull the Akali out of Shroud, can pull the Lee Sin, can pull the Zac, can stack up very nicely against the Lee Sin and the Zac. We'll be able to get those bleed passives. But I'm interested because with Dojo's being the sole AP on the side of Brankel's Factor Sadness, I'm wondering. Actually, no. I think I really like the red team comp here. I was gonna say that it might be a little bit risky, but there's no one tanky enough on the side of Chelsea's Catgirls to actually pose a threat to the all AD, because even if
Right.
they go tanky, Darius is just gonna stack off of them and have fun.
Yeah, I mean, we
Uh,
anticipate probably right that Zac will still build tank sets, but it doesn't really, Zac by himself, if he's the last one left alive in the fight, not really going to be able to do too much.
yeah, probably like a Frostfire with a demonic embrace is probably my guess of what's gonna be going on there. But I'm just excited. This Cassante, I feel like we've been waiting for this champion for months now. I feel like he's been on the PBE since like August.
And yet I still have not seen barely any Cassante.
Yeah, and I still haven't seen any crazy like clips of him, although I've seen them now. It's gonna be interesting how how Kaiser is able to use his ulti in the mid lane, because there aren't many.
Right.
I guess there's a few walls to dive people through. And for people who don't know what I'm talking about, basically the only way you can use Cassante ulti is if you basically nose tackle someone through a wall. And when I say through a wall, I mean like you become like a Zoe bubble and you carry them to whichever other side of the wall you tackle them through.
Of course you do. Yeah.
And then you get empowered
Totally.
Qs for, I think, that reset as well.
I
With
mean, I guess thinking about it just like kind of from a very zoomed out standpoint, Seppti, like going against a Kali who is this assassin kind of character, very strong right now, having something that's a little bit more bruiserish to get through that, lane phase and through sort of that early period makes sense, I think, for Kaiser in this matchup.
yeah,
And then later in the game, when he's not going to be mid lane anymore, hopefully more opportunities, like you said, with that ult. Maybe they'll switch him over to the side lane after kind of that initial lane phase. We'll have to see. We got a lot of difference makers in this game. They're all stars, and they're all the best that the CCS has to offer. So I'm excited to see sort of the just kind of the skill that these players are able to show us here in this CCS All Star match. Septi, do you have any last words here, about either of the team comps? I know that you said you liked the red side team comp quite a bit. Any comments on blue here before we go to this spectator delay?
Yeah, Blue had first pick in the All-Star draft, so I'm expecting a lot of PP Gao Xiao. But on a more serious note, I'm really excited to see how these teams go. I think the bot lane is going to be very strong for Misfortune and Nami. They'll be able to outrange Samira Tarek for much of the laning phase. And alongside, the Nami, bonus poke damage should be very nice for them. I think this game is going to swing whichever way jungle goes. So if Lee Sin is able to get a bunch of early kills rolling onto the Akali and the Misfortune, it could really spell disaster for the factory. And I don't know. I'm just excited because blue side is a very exciting team to watch. You have Akali, Lee Sin, and Nami. I know Misfortune and Zach are kind of like whatever, but I think every champion on that team is exciting to watch. And we get Kasante. So
We
what
get
what more could
Cassante.
you ask for in this
It's
kind of game?
true. It's true. We get it all. We got the All Stars. We got Chelsea's Cat Girls to Electric Boogaloo. We've got Brankle's Factory of Sadness. We got Cassante. So make your popcorn and come right back in 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and a little bit more than that also for day 2 of CCS All Stars. We got the first game of the first round of our All Star Draft tournament here. I have been Elsa the Queen here with Seppti. We will be right back as well in just a couple of minutes, so we will see you then.
Eventually, we'll see you shortly.
I don't know, maybe. Welcome back, everybody, to the CCS All-Star Draft Tournament, as we have got Chelsea's Cat Girls, the reigning champions of this particular event, taking on Brankel's Factory of Sadness and Kaiser Uwu here in the mid lane with that beautiful new prestige skin. Perfect game to show it off there on this new Cassante champion.
Oh, Dallas.
And
come on.
that is going to be Dallas gifting the gold lead over there to Dragon Mooncake on the Nami, who picks up.
No, just being
nothing.
rude. Didn't even
Oh,
give
yeah,
over
no.
gold.
Wait, it doesn't
Because no one was nearby Dragon
Oh,
Mooncake.
you're right. Never mind. Gifting
just
over
being
the
rude.
bad trade.
Just disrespecting the level 1. This is a show match, Dallas. Come
True.
on.
Well, that Dallas giveth and Dallas taketh, as we all know. So that's that's part of the course.
Yeah, and Dallas start the lane down 50 health.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, but interesting start here is we're gonna have Bennett burn their ward early to find a ward onto Raptors. Marshall gonna check that blue buff start. Will not find them, but will find a blobby boy. Is gonna pop the ghost.
It's real Darius hours here, but we are okay. Bennett, he is going to, be smart and wait to level his ability, unless he already has a lead. But I'm assuming he waited because I don't think that's what you probably wanted to start here. But level 1, what can you even do level 1 is accurate? What can you even do in this entire matchup? Actually, I guess you can
cry.
Yeah,
you can cry. Realistically, it's going to be like farming with Q and praying to God that Marshall cannot bounce the wave back to his turret. As it looks like, again, Dragon Cake and Buffs are doing a really nice job landing some solid poke onto Dallas and Hammy. Kaiser Uwu getting the push in the mid lane, as I was trying not to say that part of their name for the majority of this game if I could, and said it immediately. Either way.
Fun of it.
Yeah, I guess that's the fun of it. But either way, we're going to have the Leona, what am I saying? The Nami and the Misfortune pushing in that bot side there, getting that early push for no good reason, as both junglers are pathing towards this top side. Banger would have been spotted on the chickens there, as Kaiser Uwu again gonna land the nice knockup.
Mintra is gonna get into that shroud to be able to keep himself alive, but that is going to be a low Akali, as the stun is going to land on the Dragon Mooncake. But like you had already mentioned, Seppti, it is going to be Bubster continuing to lay down that damage onto Dallas, who is, pretty low range in pairing with the Taric there in the bot lane. So early on, definitely taking some hurt. And as we look back into this mid lane as well, it is going to be Exiled Gaushu who's found his way around. Stun lands from Kaiser Uwu, but he is going to go low, not even going to use the flash. And it's going to be the Lee Sin taking the first blood for himself. Kaiser going down, does have the TP to get back to lane, but that's a nice little bailout for the Akali.
Yeah, nice bailout for the Akali. A little bit of a shame that kill couldn't go over to the Akali, make that lane maybe a little bit easier. But Lee Sin will be able to bring that gold lead around the map as they go. And Martial Arts for Y already bouncing that wave back towards his turret. Going to go for that Q, maybe land that Apprehend as well. Go for a bit of a bonus trade, as Kaiser Uwu is going to be in trouble again here.
But it is going to be a 2v2 as Banger has arrived on the Lilia. Q going to come through here from the Lee Sin. Banger flashing out to avoid some of that damage, or at least trying to. And it looks like for the most part, as Kaiser going to flash forward and take the kill onto Exiled Gaushu. Saved the flash just for that reason. And he's going to knock back Mintrace and get the second one as well. So 2 early kills for this Cassante after going down for the first blood, and a huge display of mastery on this brand new champion from Kaiser Uwu.
All right, and so I'm gonna do a little bit of explaining here, as is my job as being the color caster. If we could focus on the Cassante, Mr. Producer Man, for maybe a minute or so. So Cassante's abilities, basically, so his passive is sort of like a brittle passive, where if he lands an ability on you, you will get marked, and his next auto attack against you for a few seconds will do bonus true damage. Currently, at this point in the game, it increases the damage by about 30% on that auto attack. His Q is like Yasuo Q. It builds up into Tornado and will instead of knock you up, it'll knock you back towards him. His W, I believe, is a charge. So it's basically like a charged push. He stops moving entirely and charges up a shove that will basically just push you for the duration of the charge, basically, and then you'll be unstunned after it, but you'll be stunned for the duration of the push. And then his E basically is just a small dash. But when he, lands his ultimate, it basically buffs it so that he can go over walls as well. So think of it like Belveth after she gets her ulti. But other than that, he's just tank Yasuo.
He has just hit level 6 at this point. As you kind of referenced earlier, not able to use that ultimate quite as effectively in mid lane, so not going to be able to use it to dive the Akali with that level advantage or anything like that. Instead, is going to opt to invade the enemy jungle with his own jungler here, as Banger does have the 1-level lead on Exile Gaoshu, who already has gone down once, going to go low, but will he burn down? Going to be one more auto attack from Banger. Not going to, I do not think, be enough. As looks like Green Dust not quite being there. Exiled Gaoshu by the skin of his teeth getting out, but now has fallen pretty far behind on this Lee Sin, which, doesn't have that kind of scaling to fall back on like some other champions might in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it has to try and use that early lead that they got from that first blood as well as possible. But Banger and Kaiser Uwu doing a really good job to push into that bot side and slow down the Lee Sin, really make it annoying for them to exist on this map. As you know, we do see a 20 CS lead already forming on that top side of the map. Darius being a menace into this blind tank matchup, which I know Zach is, I guess, a staple of Bennett's champ pool, but you got to be aware of that Darius in draft. That Darius is going to be a monster regardless of what champion he's up against. And honestly, this could be a bit of an engage. I feel like Mint tries to that kill range for Cassandra here. Maybe just a little bit worried, not knowing quite what the champion does.
And he is going to get the knock up and the stun there. Going to take Mint Trace pretty low, but the Shroud is going to keep him safe. And yeah, like you said, Bennett falling pretty far behind here, but I think he probably would be, happy to take what he can get, I guess, in this lane. Just as we say that, though, he's going to get apprehended in, but saving his E, doing a nice job of playing out that interaction in basically the only way he can, which is saving it until after the apprehend. Now, though, might start to get a little bit worried about the dive from Martial Arts for why, but does have that passive to give him a little bit of security. I believe it's still up. Yep, it is. So
it's still up. Should be okay for this time being. It's going to just collect this wave. Banger
he
actually in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, as you said, it is going to be Banger in a little bit of trouble, but Q is going to miss from Lee Sin as well as the bubble from Nami. Banger going low, doesn't have the flash available for a while. Bubster over the wall, going to channel the ultimate, but it doesn't finish anyone off, and now it's Banger going on the offensive, but Dallas in the middle of everybody. Brangle's Factory of Sadness trying to kite backwards. Dallas, can he save alive? Yes, he will, picking up the kill onto Mint Trice. And now in the top lane, it's going to be Martial Arts for Wide trying to find that first kill onto Bennett, who's going to flash away, but he is going to blob out, or I guess water drop out here with this skin. Will Marshall be able to get the last hit? He will. And across the map, that is going to be absolutely huge for the Factory of Sadness. 4 kills overall. Picked up so far this game, I believe it was 2 in that particular interaction. Yes, right, because Cassandra had 2 or 4. Anyways, but good for Factory of Sadness, bad Cat Girls.
And that was some nice mastery of Darius there for Martial Arts for a while, letting that second to last blob burn away to the bleed and using the auto reset to kill that 4th blob was really nice from Marshall there, as TV Gashao is going to try and go for this.
Dallas.
Ooh, nicely man stun.
In a nice spot here with the ultimate coming through from XFW Hammy on the Taric, slowed down nicely by Dragon Mooncake for a second, and now the Nami is going to flash away to get herself away to safety. Bubster has very low mana. Will they attempt to dive here? Dallas looks like he'd like to do so. Hammy coming up forward, very low mana on this Taric. Does he have enough for the stun? Ultimate coming through from Dallas, who takes the aggro. What? And he's going to go down. Now it's just a lonely Taric with no mana left to spare. Bubster, he's going to flash forward to make sure that he picks that one up, and it's an outplay from the ID Eclipse bot laner, picking up a 2-for-0.
Dallas truly giveth and Dallas truly taketh away.
I don't lie.
That was very accurate there. As Katsuru was just ignoring the wave and making Mint Trice's life a living hell. Seems like this bot side is kind of the saving grace for the side of Chelsea's Cat Girls.
Oh. Ooh. Well. Yeah, this is when I think is he dead? He's gonna burn. He's so low, but he is, I believe, going to survive as he just ticked up instead. So I guess
might have potentially been saved there by a safeguard.
Yeah, definitely.
Gasha.
they would like to pick
Oh, wait.
Flash for the kick after missing the Q. Will they still have enough damage? And they will, as Exile Gaoshu once again going to just go ahead and secure that one for his solo laner. But I mean, that is big even for Bennett just to be able to pick up the XP here, which he surely would have been denied, had Gaoshu not come in.
Yeah, you're not done. We're going to have another fight here as Banger is going to try and 1v2 this.
Yeah, he is going to have the ultimate coming through, and that is the Lilia chunking a lot of damage. Gaoshu going to go low, and now the reinforcements have arrived. Cassante is here, going to get another knockback, and it's Banger picking up that one. Exile Gaoshu going to, just quickly disconnect and reconnect. No rage involved, we swear. As the Rift Herald is started up here for the red side, and I will stop talking.
No, you're good. I mean, I hope you stop talking. You need
I just wanted to make sure that you got your chance.
No, hey,
the client's making sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have my time here. Doing a really nice job, Kaiser, on this. Cassante to start this game out 3-1-2, doing a really nice job making those roams happen, making Mintrice kind of obsolete on this Akali. Has not been able to find any sort of advantage in lane or on the roams. Dallas taking a beating from Bubster on this bot side. The Misfortune kind of really the saving grace of this team. I would like to see, Exile Gaoshu go for this bot side and really play for the Misfortune for the time being. Maybe try and get this early dragon and stop the stacking. That will surely happen once Banger and Kaiser start playing the map. As Kaiser's going to go for this Q, not going to land it, but this is another matchup that Bennett, is probably more happy about, but still not going to win.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. As Dallas,
to say anything's better than Darius. That's all I'm saying.
Especially when you're a tank.
Yes.
Although I think Mintrice might have gotten the worst end of the steal. Yes. Believe it or not. I know their matchup was bad before, but this one might be even worse. As Ping's going out, it is known that Hammy and Banger are walking together into the spot side, but as I said before, it seems as though the Lee Sin has not been to the bot lane fast enough. The dragon will be started up by the Lilia.
Yeah, dragon is started up here. It is going to be the first dragon of the game for either of these teams, and it looks like it's just going to go uncontested for the Factory of Sadness. And Seppti, you mentioned Bubster on this MF kind of being the one shining light so far with those 2 kills, kind of their one hope coming through, kind of the story of Bubster's life on this champion we saw throughout the playoffs oftentimes. I mean, definitely has some great teammates, but often the one to really get strong, but going to be hard for him to set up against, these bruisers in Darius and Cassante, who aren't going to be necessarily always coming, right up right up the middle, or maybe they are, but they're going to have Ghost.
And they're going to have, a Samira Windwall as well. But yeah, I mean, Bubster, should be able to do a lot here. It's going to go for that on-hit build. Will be able to deal with the... Actually, I don't even know if they'll be able to deal with the Darius and the Cassante later, as on-hit can only get you so far. At some point, you're just shooting peas and hoping that it works. As, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this Cassante champion. It seems like it's sort of like an AD Galio with less mobility. As we could see a fight here, Banger is going to start it up with that Blooming Blows. Dragon Mooncake around the mid lane, not going to find anything. But Dallas and XFW Hammy. What does XFW stand for? Do we know?
X-Flow.
X-Flow. There we go.
Yep.
As Hammy.
Hammy and Mintrice teammates on X-Flow. But
Marshall,
looks
please.
like Bennett going to be in another rough spot, going to take that ultimate from the Darius, and he's ticking down.
Goes his passive.
And it's just going to be the passive. Traded there, but I mean, you're going to take that one every day of the week if you're martial arts for why much shorter cooldown. But now we do have a fight down here in the bot side as Dragon Mooncake trying to get himself away as a Kaiser with a nice ultimate to get himself away from that Aqua Prison, as the Akali going to be able to Shuriken flip over the wall, as Bennett now without that passive is going to go low. Gonna get that full stack passive from the Darius, but not gonna be quite enough damage. Now it's Exile Gaoshu going for Banger here. This Lilia, is pretty strong here. Big CS lead for Dojos, but definitely still pretty squishy. So vulnerable in those one-on-ones.
Oh, Bennett, no.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Well.
Oh, clear the wave. Very well done. Kaiser, no shroud on Mintrice.
Yeah, he's going to be ignited, but will be able to stay alive. But they are going to be able to pick up that first turret mid. So lots of extra gold here again into the pockets of this Cassante. And then, in addition, just that map control that is afforded by the mid lane turret going down, which makes it just, again, even more scary as more opportunities arrive for flanks around the back of this, fairly squishy composition here from Chelsea's Catgirls Electric Boogaloo. So looking, if you are Chelsea's Catgirls, we've been, I guess, kind of down on their comp, or I have at least, Seppti, been down
Nah,
kind of on
it's
their
not just
composition.
you.
How can they sort of play out these team fights? In particular, Exile Gaucho on this Lee Sin doesn't have sort of any traditional targets, I feel like, for the for the insect play, but who's he going to be looking for? Or is he going to be looking to do something else with the ultimate?
So, in my eyes, the ideal way for this blue side to play this composition out is going to be really this Lee Sin is going to be playing defensively alongside the Misfortune and the Nami. Is going to be playing to kick away the likes of Kaiser and Banger from Misfortune and allow Bubster to really get off a nice bullet time and just nice autos as hold on.
And there we go, as we're going to have a 1v2 here. Kaiser, Uwu taking on the mid and support from the opposing team, but not anymore, as it's going to be XFW Hammy coming through with the ultimate from Tarek. We're going to be a two-person sleep under the turret, both going to go low, but all of a sudden, they're diving too deep, and it's going to be a trade back 1 for 1. Banger being the first one to fall. Kaiser very, very low, but able to stay alive and get the kill. Bubster, though, going to be the one standing tall at the end of the fight alongside Mint Trice, his mid laner. Some more crucial gold with that shutdown going into the pocket of Bubster. Top laner's not involved now, maybe looking to make some movement, but just going to stay put. And okay, this is every 80 carry fight. 1v1. Dallas, he got his chance, and Samira 1v1's other 80 carries very, very well. Well, I guess in comparison to Misfortune, it is going to pick up the kill.
Well, when one of the carries allowed to auto attack and the other one isn't, it's
right.
It's generally going to win out for the one that's allowed to attack.
Well, yeah.
But you were asking me before about how I thought that Chelsea's Catgirls 2, the Electric Boogaloo. I gotta say the whole name every time because it's just too fun.
I mean, otherwise it would be confused with the first one. So
right, exactly. If I just said Chelsea's Catgirls, someone would think, oh, what are you talking? Why are you talking about Summer Split? What's going on? But yeah, if I was gonna say, how they have to win the game, I would say just bait them under tower and make them dive you. And then win, because that's just how that works.
Oh yeah, if only. I mean, you typed it before, like you didn't.
I did. I made it known in chat. I can post screenshots later that totally aren't edited.
No need. We all believe you.
But what I was really going to say is that it has to be an engage coming out of Bennett that allows for the Misfortune to basically get a really nice engage off of, but this is not going to happen as Bubster is going to get gone.
Dallas going very deep. Can he stay alive? He is going to stay alive just long enough to get through the whole fight, as members are going to be falling left and right from the Electric Boogaloo. All of a sudden, 4 members down. Bennett is the last one alive. It's a quadra kill for Samira, who loves a setup like that where she can survive through the front line. It's going to be a dragon taken down as well. And we haven't talked about the gold lead very much, but it is almost approaching 10,000, only 18 and a half minutes into this game.
I'm going to have to ask Flay to get a PC check on Dallas, because wasn't this the same guy who tanked the tower earlier on that dive for no reason and just died?
There's Gibbeth as well.
I don't know. What was that? What was the difference there? This Dallas doing a really nice job, going on top of Bubster. I believe it was with Kaiser, just finding a really nice collapse onto Misfortune, not really being able to allow that champion to breathe, and then getting a nice Inferno trigger to take out the rest of the fight. Marshall just being a menace, taking the Herald, taking the Gromp. I assume this is going to get smited. It will.
Oh, and now it is Bennett wanting to come through to do something about it, but Martial Arts for Y has just conveniently saved that blast cone for himself. He's also holding that Rift Herald, just in his back pocket for later. Quite a while until that one expires. So we'll be able to, hold that in the top lane. And yeah, I mean, even though we haven't seen tons and tons of kills coming through yet from Marshall or anything like that, there's kind of just been the silent impact of Brankel's Factory of Sadness just owning that top side of the map. Just really, no opportunity to make plays for Chelsea's Catgirls up there. So that has been huge. And now as we sort of approach this 20-minute mark with 2 dragons taken so far for the Factory of Sadness, they are just going to keep cleaning up some of this farm. What do you think they're going to look next as far as objectives?
Well, I was going to go for a third bite of the apple and try to explain how Chelsea's Catgirls 2 wants to, but I'm afraid we might get another fight if I start talking about it. But I mean, realistically, in short, it has to just be, you know, Gashao and Dragon Mooncake healing for Bubster throughout these fights, allowing the misfortune to hit. That's all I was going to say, but yet it took me, what, 5 minutes to get that across because we just had fights?
It is.
This game is too exciting.
It's a plat league. You know?
It's a plat league. It's a plat league. This is not plat versus diamond. You know, we saw what happens before. That is very exciting. But
a lot of damage ticking on Bennett between those 2 passives, but it looks like he's still alive for now. We've got a fight kind of on 2 fronts here as Kaiser Uwu is pushing into this top turret with XFW. Hammy has the backup here. Mint Trice, though, gonna try to do something about it, as in the top lane the turret is going to go down, and the dive has begun here as Kaiser Uwu is looking really, really tanky. They've even got the Tark ultimate just in case. Probably didn't even need to use it anyways. And Kaiser, he's got even got the emote to match the mood of his skin and his champion. So you got to respect that aesthetic. But Exile Gaoshu, he wants something to say about this, as he's going to be the flash out from Kaiser, who's now going to get bubbled up. Just going to eventually go down. Bubster going to be the one getting the kill, which is ideal. And now XFW Hammy, again, doesn't have the ability to actually kill anyone. But meanwhile, is buying time for the team who is pushing here, as the Rift Herald does pick up the turret. And Bennett going to blob out before they're able to finish it off. Bubster with a huge ultimate there, doing tons of damage. Dallas finishing off the kill. The kick is nice. And there you go. That's going to be a huge play.
Yeah, I mean, a nice kick flash to clean that up. Not really, I don't think it was necessary, to say the least, but I think it was a very nice kick to just clean up the end of that fight. But we have pings going on to Baron. This is kind of what you want if you're Chelsea. Again, they overstayed Dova Tower, and they got punished for an extended play. And now Baron is on the table for the blue side here. Banger and Hammy just going to try and do their best here.
Desante has teleported in here, and they still do have a jungler in Banger. Going to go very, very low health bars as Bubster trying to do as much work as he can on the front line. But then Desante is just so tanky, and the bullet time isn't even close to up. But now Bennett in the back line with Mint Trice just taking down those squishy targets, as Kaiser Uwu just absolutely refuses to die. But surely Bennett will eventually be able to find the kill with the help of this Akali. But what can Kaiser Uwu do? We've seen him make big differences in the past. The health is ticking back up. He's going to be able to get the stun on Bennett. Here comes Mint Trice into the fight, getting knocked away. Kaiser Uwu running under his own turret, and he will not fall in now by this time. Martial Arts for Y has entered the chat. Gonna pick up the first one. Bennett going to dive away, but he'll only be alive for so long with the ghost pop. Failing flash over the wall is insult to injury, and the Baron will likely become the target once again, but this time it's for the Brankles Factory of Sadness.
Yeah, Factory of Sadness fully online there. You had Chelsea's Catgirls trying to go for the Baron, thinking they had a window for it, but the 3-man squad of Hammy, Kaiser, and Banger just denying them, not letting them have any fun in this game, truly living up to their name. And Kaiser's doing a really nice job. Is 2 items at this point in the game, or 2.5 at this point. And it's really, really, really tanky. So the fact that they have a Force of Nature and was trying to and was living against Mint, Trice, and Bennett, who are 2 AP champions, it just seemed in the cards that Kaiser was going to be able to walk out of there alive. And I like this pickup from Bubster. I'm looking at items right now, just trying to check what's going along. 3 items from Dallas is going to spell massive disaster for anyone on the side of Chelsea's Catgirls. I think they should just give this dragon. Not worth fighting, not worth losing the game over, you know, the first dragon when it's not really that impactful. You know, granted, it puts them in a bit of a pigeonhole 5 minutes from now. But Bubster picking up that last Whisper on the Misfortune is going to be very nice. I assume that Pickaxe is working towards an IE, which is going to be absolutely necessary for cutting through the likes of Cassante and Darius. And Tarek, honestly, at this point. The champion is 2 items. It's going to be getting massive shields and heals throughout every single fight. And something that I think I realized when watching Cassante is that when he presses his ultimate ability, his health pool gets capped at a certain amount, or maybe cut in half. I haven't quite seen the line, but he gets a reduced maximum health when he presses his R, and I think that's because the champion kind of goes crazy when he does press R. Oh, hold on. This could be a bit of an issue with Cassante TPing out a little bit too early.
Oh, Q is just going to miss there onto Banger. Otherwise, there definitely could have been a little bit of an issue there with Kaoshu looking for some kind of engage, but instead, it looks like Factory of Sadness members are able to make their way out and, have been able to go back to base, pick up some more items. 3 items completed here now on this Cassante, who's going to be absolutely, I don't want to say impossible, but, going to take a long time to kill. Dallas back here as well with 3.5 items, and those 2 members are going to find Bennett. And he's
dead. He's dead. That's going to be it. I was going to say, Bennett trying to do their best to pull the wave out of tower, but, when the enemy team has Baron, I feel like you kind of just have to let it go and play with your team, because that tower is going to go down regardless of what happens. Gausha looking for the... Yep.
Oh, there we go. Gausha, he did have the flashback up, trying to look for something on Banger, who is going to go into the stasis under the turret, but how long will he be able to stay alive? Does get out of the aggro, and the Taurik ultimate comes through, keeping everybody alive, and the Cat Girls, the champions of the last year, the pride and joy of Chelsea herself, they are going to fall here. The Nexus turrets are going to go down, and Kaiser Uwu wills it along with Dallas, who willed it both ways at one point or another. But it is going to be the Brankles Factory of Sadness pumping forward with another win. They're going to be bringing their products to the finals of the All-Star Draft Tournament. I don't know. I was trying to
the factory was fully online, and they were giving out free samples to the workers who just happened to be, Chelsea's, Cat Girls. I don't know how they managed to hire them for that Factory of Sadness, but managed to get away with some pretty illegal labor there, not paying them and just giving them sadness.
Yeah, it sounds like that should be Flay's team, but yeah.
Flay's first to 100. Yeah, I'm excited because next up we have, Flay's team, which is Flay's first to 100 versus Redacted's cursed casters. This guy trying to make me trip over my words and succeeding. I'm excited because we're gonna get to see another matchup, and we're gonna get to see Bennett's Factory of Sadness, or sorry, Brankle's Factory of Sadness later on tonight. Again, in the finals, that will be after our next match. And if you're Flay's first to 100 or Redacted's cursed casters, you got to be worried about that team, regardless of who your matchup is currently.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like they didn't even have to really even flex all their muscles there. Martial arts for Y getting a little bit involved, but not really even reaching his final form yet in that game. But like Seppti mentioned, we do have the second sort of semifinal, if you were, for the All-Star Draft Tournament coming up. We got started a little bit late with the last one, so we will be back. We're going to take an intermission for just a couple minutes, but then we will be back soon for that game. Flay's first to 100 taking on Redacted's Cursed Casters. You don't want to miss it. Be right back. Hello, and we are finally back once again for the second uh, first round match of the CCS All-Star Draft here for our Platinum League. This time we have got two new teams taking each other on with Redacted's Cursed Casters on the blue side, and they're going to be against Flay's First to 100. Very nicely spelled out there by our producer on the stream. First to 100, what is my question, I guess. We'll have to wait and see, as we are already into the draft with some bands being taken off the table. And Seppti's had the great color commentary all game along. What do you got to say about these teams or draft, or just whatever you got on your mind so far,
Well,
Seppti?
I know a lot of these players. I don't quite know Elsa from Frozen that well, or
Oh, don't
Demo
worry.
really.
I
I
can
know.
fill that
I
in.
would hope that you would know, because
No worries.
reasons. Um, but banning Aatrox away, banning Viego are fairly standard. The Pike ban. They must have been watching the show match earlier on in the day, not letting Justin have any more fun, or 17. That's who that is, in case people were wondering. But this is going to be interesting. I was saying before the stream that I know a lot of the players on Redacted's Cursed Casters, God, really have to do, some tricks to get that name right if you're saying it with any sort of pace. But I was saying before that this game is going to be very interesting to be in the columns of that team, just knowing those players. If anyone knows how Espresso is in comms, every game is hilarious. At least when I'm around him. But we are going to have the Seraphine locked in for No Attack, I believe is who that's going to go for. No Attack played the Blitzcrank earlier today. Says, nope, this game is a little bit more serious. I'm going to go back to my Enchanter ways. We'll lock in the songstress. And something to know, I think kind of what we're expecting, right, is we're going to expect a carry out of the jungle Espresso, a carry out of the mid lane from Alternative, sort of a utility bot lane from No Attack and Carino. Hazem is going to play a duelist in the top side. And on the red side there, Elsa from Frozen, I don't quite know. I know Rare Candy is much more of a facilitator style player, likes to play the Udyr pick, likes to play more Jarvan, Viego, Jarvan, Viego, Hecarim types of picks. Demo, I believe, is more of a control mage / artillery mage player from my recollection. Joker having locked in that Sivir is going to be playing the utility this game, and 17. Ooh, never mind.
No.
I was going to say 17 on a pick that is not quite their style, but Rengar is going to immediately make me eat my words, as I don't know if that's going to Elsa from Frozen, but could definitely be played in the jungle.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's not an Elsa from Frozen champion. I do not believe Rengar. Especially also he did type LMAO in the chat along with some other people in the client chat. So probably gonna go, I guess, to the jungle, possibly to Hurricane. I mean, not a very facilitative champion.
Hold on. I
but
believe
now,
that Rengar might be Udyr.
oh, okay. Is
I
that what's
believe
going
we've
on?
been
Oh,
super
okay,
debated.
okay. We've been baited. Actually,
Unfortunately
ignore that.
so.
As usual, Seppti was perfectly
What?
predicted.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's what I thought you were.
I can't read chat. I mean, I'm casting at the
I
same
I,
time.
I
Oh,
also
sorry, I
am
shouldn't be
reading chat.
responding.
Thank you,
I shouldn't be
Ludi.
responding. I shouldn't be, stooping to their level. But so we do thank you for that information. And so it is Udyr instead. And you were just touching on kind of the top lane. You were saying has him probably going to pick up some kind of duelist. We haven't seen any top laners picked up so far. And actually, Elsa from Frozen very much sort of in that realm of champions as well. The Aatrox is kind of, totally his bread and butter. We saw banned out, definitely also a big Darius player. Will also play picks like, I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, Garen is another one of his kind of random pocket picks that he doesn't play quite as often anymore, but is pretty known for. And Set actually as well, which I know has been lately a Hasm favorite. So I would expect to see probably some more. There could be more top lane bans targeted here, especially from Flay's first to 100. Kind of knowing that there's those specific picks that Hasm thrives on, but we'll see what direction that takes when the Blitzcrank is going to be taken away for All for Love. Kind of funny if you think about the fact that this support matchup is going to be identical to what we saw earlier on, except wait, is Carino on with so
Carino is with No Attack. Yeah, the bot lanes are split up
swapped
this game.
80 carries and is going to go against Svintine or Justin's Blitzcrank, who's trying to show it off here. Sadly, the Pike banned away. Otherwise, we could see the mirror match, but not going to come through. And as I said, we are going to see at least one top lane ban here with Jax taken off the board and then Syndra banned by Redacted's Cursed Casters.
I mean, Rare Candy and 17 are really they're trying to give their teammates a taste of what the other team got last game. I don't think we'll see the Stride Breaker Udyr this game, but we might. But 17 locking in the Blitzcrank, saying no attack. Let me show you how this champion is played. As I really thought we were going to get another Cassante.
We definitely could. Could be something that
we
either
could.
soul laner. I was gonna say Elsa from Frozen, but as we saw last game, obviously went to the mid lane. So maybe Demo has some interest in playing this champion, but it is gonna tick down, and it looks like it will be that Renekton locked in.
And it looks like Flay's first to 100 has a small case of the AD.
Yeah, they definitely do. That's true. I mean, there's still the mid lane left.
There's still the mid lane. There's still the mid lane.
Renekton makes a lot of sense, as far as just being able to set up sort of that chain CC in the top lane alongside the Udyr, really annoying, to get out of at once that first CC does land. So we'll see who they pick to try to get away from that. Ornn would be an interesting option. Probably look for something safe, and it's going to be the Gnar.
Really? Wow, that is a bit surprising. Hazem can play the Gnar. Not really a Gnar player when it comes to mind, especially in a situation when you already have 3 range and presumably 4 range when you have that mid laner locked in. So it could be a 5 range composition coming out from Redacted's Cursed Casters. And it is going to be with that Azir locked in. So we are going to have Gnar up in that top side with, I mean, I guess it could work, right? You have 2 massive sweeps. You have Gnar, and you have the Emperor's Divide being able to shove the entirety of Flay's first to 100 outside of the Lamb's Respite. And it could be interesting. The champions on red side are not really that mobile apart from the Renekton Slice and Ziggs, a staple of Demo's pool, I believe, is going to be locked in there. Does have a bit of the dispersion themselves with the Satchel Charge, but we'll be looking to make, again, the Kindred's ultimate a death zone. Not a war zone, not a dangerous place to be, but a zone of death where if you go in there, you're either going to get shuffled out, you're going to get gnarred out, you're going to get hit by, every bit of Udyr damage and Sivir Boomerang Blade, as well as, in case you might have forgotten, a big old satchel bomb from Ziggsy Boy. And it's definitely the AP damage that red side was needing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of AoE damaging and important abilities really on both sides for these teams with the Seraphine and the Kindred, even the Azir. A lot of impactful ultimates. So we should see hopefully some excitement surrounding that in the team fights as we have gotten into the client draft. Not really any surprises that we would anticipate here. I feel like Seppti, as far as trades or anything like that. We got a little bit of that in the first game, but pretty cut and dry here, I guess. Looking at the Redacted Cursed Casters, they've got a pretty squishy team composition. That you mentioned, we were talking about this Kindred Ultimate, which is meant to keep them alive. May or may not do that, as you had pointed out. And other than that, not a lot of health bars, so lots of good targets for this Blitzcrank's hook. Okay, and we've got a little bit of
I believe Hazem had. Wait. I believe Hazem got banned in the show match. I believe
I was wondering why he was on his ult.
I hadn't realized that.
Yeah, so that creates an interesting situation here as we do have it looks like Hazem has selected a champion in Gnar that he does not own, unfortunately.
All right, well, I think we will give our final thoughts on this draft here. Remember again that Rengar is backed in Udyr, and then we will go to a quick
keeps
break.
Messing me up.
Yeah, I mean, I keep looking. I'm like, that's a bit of a bait there. But yeah, I think both teams are going to be interesting. I think the 5 range is going to be a little bit scary for the side of Redacted's Cursed Casters, because if any of them gets hit by a Blitzcrank, they're pretty much instantly dead, regardless. They get knocked up, they get stunned by Udyr, they get stunned by Renekton, and they just get deaded. But I mean, it's going to be an interesting game, I think, for the side, for both teams.
We're getting a little bit of a discussion here about how we're going to resolve this. In the meantime, I'd like to start a GoFundMe in the chat for
Gnar
Hazem to buy Gnar on this account. Anybody looking to donate, just I don't know. I don't expect anyone to be interested, but that would make this a little bit easier.
Also,
Otherwise, we're gonna have to find something else.
also,
We
I'm
can refund
surprised.
it.
I'm surprised that Flay hasn't comp ruled the entirety of Redacted's team for the fact that their top laner got banned.
Yeah, yeah. How's this
Why
guy
not?
even
Why not
playing?
take the easy win?
Yeah, how's this guy? We need to see some verification here of something. I'm not sure what, but
Yeah, I don't know. I need a screenshot that it's only 14 days and not permanent.
all right. It looks like maybe we can get a refund coming through here from Hasm, and he'll be able to get it or something. I don't know.
I mean, you could.
Difficult to find competitive integrity in the way that we resolve this. I do not want to give it to a break quite yet, just in case something happens. I did want to point out though, like thinking just about these rosters in the context of this all-star, event. Kind of fun to think about Joker and Justin together in the bot lane with Gamma and Omega being the two teams meeting in the finals, kind of, mishmashing those two bot lanes with then Carino on the other side and throwing No Attack in for fun too. So I'm excited to see that those players duke it out.
Yeah, how many Dorado teams? There were 3 Dorado teams, if I'm not mistaken, right? And we have
Because there was
representation
new
from every
Gamma.
single one. We have
Yep.
Espresso from New. We have
Yep.
We have Joker from Omega, and we have, you know, obviously Haza, Carino, and 17 from Gamma. So I mean, we may as well throw up the League of Dorado again as
Well,
the
I
league
don't know about
as the
that. I'm pretty
Discord
sure it's
icon.
still
But
Doki's Chip Factory or something like that. I think
no,
for a
that's
little bit
fair.
longer. Celebrating Shadow Z, but it looks like we have resolved the situation, thankfully. And so we are, now going into the client draft again. Hopefully, he will not have to dodge this time, like he did last time, and we should just be able to get through that pretty cleanly. Any other thoughts you want to share here, Septi, before we go into our break?
I mean, I just want to say that I think that this game is going to be entirely jungle based. I think that if Rare Candy is able to shut down Espresso or vice versa, that's going to be sort of how the game goes. I expect 17 to do a really good job on this Blitzcrank. Is definitely the type of champion they like. Is sort of known as a Thresh Blitzcrank Pike player, as we saw in that previous game. So expect them to be all around the map. We'll be roaming top level 2 probably, for all I know. And looking to really punish, the squishy long range carries of Redacted's cursed casters.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I think that's really going to be it. We're going to see a pretty bedge bot lane from Sivir Varus, and then a roaming Blitzcrank on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been lucky enough to have a lot of experience casting Dorado Gaming New, specifically in the CCS playoffs. And, Espresso is a very fun, if frustrating sometimes, player to cast just because style that involves him getting gold, whether or not it's at the cost of the enemy picking up gold, is not quite as relevant. So that always is fun to kind of accelerate the game. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see it. Like you said in the jungler, last first game, the show match of the day, we saw Rare Candy just stampeding really forward on this Udyr. It'll be fun to see if Espresso can do a little bit of a better job in containing his influence on the map.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see a bit more of a respectful build coming out of Rare Candy this game, or if they're going to go for that full send stride breaker build. I don't think it'll work as well this game. Maybe it will work even better. I'm not quite sure. I haven't put in the man hours to know if that Udyr build would be very good here. But
Let us know. Let us know in the chat. What's
yeah, feel
up.
free to fill me in, Rare
Sutek, if
Candy.
you're
I
there,
know
you
you in
can
chat.
guess wrong again. Or Rare
Oh,
Candy, you could just tell us
oh,
because you're the one who. Hey, I mean, I gotta give my man love. But or Rare Candy, you could just give us a heads up, give the enemy team a heads up. But we have
Kongi's telling me it would be bad.
we have completed the draft. We've completed the client draft. We're gonna get into the spectate. We will get into the game only 40 minutes or so later than expected, and we will be back for that in just a few moments. Remember, we got Redacted's Cursed Casters taking on Flay's first to 100. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and we are back for the second match of, or game, I guess, of round 1 of the CCS All-Star Draft Tournament. And we have right away Redacted's Cursed Casters, a nice invade here into the bot side, trying to play into this Blitzcrank. And Justin is going to be not in the right spot, was spotted walking into the bush, and he will live a little longer thanks to the client bug, but will fall, and it's going to be the Gnar picking up the first blood here from Chasm. You know, wow, he didn't even own the champion before this game, and he got first blood. That's a good play.
Zero mastery getting first blood. Kind of sus. Kind of
I don't
sus
know.
play. I don't know about
Smurf.
this guy. I don't know about this guy. Yeah.
Investigate. Oh, and BM Justin.
he was
a
texting.
victim of texting.
Oh,
Texting
God.
while leaguing, not even once.
Man, this isn't even an all-star match. It seems like blue side is sweating a little bit. I could smell it through my monitor, as people might say. But I mean, otherwise, just a good start. Gonna pick up the boots from Chasm. It's gonna be confusing looking up at the name and seeing YNXG or YXNG. Whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is what it is. Junglers are starting on their buffs. It looks like Espresso is going to smite that blue buff and go for the Grump. Doesn't look to be invading as we have another little bit of a pause there. But Rare Candy starting on the bot side. Opting for the Ghost into 4 range is a little bit brave because there's already so much distance you have to cover between yourself and the other champions that I feel like Flash might even be better, especially if you're going for that phase. But, you know, again, not the most interesting thing as we have a discrepancy in this game as Elsa from Frozen, which is going to be not confusing at all this game, by the way, is taking Ignite on this Renekton.
Hey, everybody has to have the moment of confusion. So, you know, you're just living through it now. As, you know, Chasm was able to pick up the boots on that first back thanks to the first blood, so will allow him to kite out this Renekton nicely. With that being said, though, Elsa has picked up a little bit of a lead just because of the strength of this pick early with but now Espresso
that lead might put them in a bad spot. Yeah, that lead might put them in a bad spot there as Espresso going around.
Ooh, nice textbook here from Elsa from Frozen, using that slice and dice to get himself away, even against the Mega Gnar coming through from Chasm. So, you know, is pushed off of the wave, but as he walks forward here, Espresso getting a little bit more damage, but will ultimately survive. And it is going to be a 2-for-2 now as Rare Candy has arrived, and Espresso quickly going to flash out. Does have a big health advantage, but did not want to be CC'd, you know, fearing that it could be layered by the Renekton coming in with that Ignite Summoner spell.
But this is potentially really bad from Espresso because it's one of those plays where you go in for Kindred where you really need it to work. Had that mark, I believe, on the Gnar as well. And is going to fall behind massively in tempo. Is going to be able to pick up their first mark on the bot side crab as well as pick up the top side crab, but it's going to be massively behind when it comes to picking up their own jungle camp respawns. Although it looks like Rare Candy might give it right back to Espresso as they are going to spend a lot of time in this top side there. Granted, the wave is coming into Elsa from Frozen, but Rare Candy very low, no flash. Elsa coming in with slice, dice, flash.
Ignite still available for the Renekton. It is going to take down health bar, or health pot is running, but it's not enough. And Elsa from Frozen going to be picking up the kill. A nice gank there from Rare Candy, reading the wave, pushing in as Demo going to be flashing forward, trying to get that last auto. No mana available. An alternative matching that flash to stay alive. These two, you know, mages in the mid lane, I think, you know, we haven't talked about them too much. I think probably because you expect it to be a pretty boring lane, but, you know, both of these mid laners still giving us that spice.
And I'm stunned. I don't know if Chasm is playing with summoner spells on the wrong keys because it's a different account, but that flash was about 10 years too late.
Right. Yeah.
Granted, I feel like Rare Candy was able to close the distance from that bush incredibly fast with the ghost, so I might be able to, I might take back what I said earlier about maybe wanting flash, but there should never been a situation where Chasm dies there, because now Espresso is going to go on this bot side here.
Espresso going very aggressive here, and a nice play from All for Love,
Autos
picking
the
up the
tower.
knockup. But look at that knockup underneath the tower. Espresso not landing that auto attack like you said, and now it is Carino getting aggressed upon by Rare Candy, who's in the 1-for-2, but All for Love is going to get turned on. Svintine very, very low alongside Joker. The flash coming through. Carino trying to make something happen. Now it's Rare Candy on the retreat. So much range from the bot lane of Redacted. Cursing Casters, and Carino going to snipe out the last hit onto Joker, who is pretty greedily sticking around there on that Sivir. So a lot of action coming through there with a nice catch on Espresso under the turret. But Carino, evening it out, making it worthwhile for the team with that snipe there at the end.
Yeah, really unfortunate from Espresso there. Maybe just not turning on attack champions only, just missed that last kill on Joker, who did eventually go down. But I mean, still seeing some sloppy performances in this game. I know it's a show match, but I guess I was expecting a little bit too much. I guess these players are in their off seasons and are chilling out. But Joker walking back for that wave was really gritty when you're up against someone like a Varus there, who will be able to land that arrow for basically off your screen, as the level advantage from the Gnar is going to potentially pay a big deal, as Elsa from Frozen does have flash, can potentially turn this if they're able to build up enough rage or hit that level 6.
Yeah, nice job by Hazem after he went down by controlling the wave and then delaying the back from the Renekton. That has allowed him to gain, this XP lead and this CS lead as well, using that teleport, which is nice to see. And now Elsa from Frozen going to be in a bad spot, doesn't have level 6 yet, but Rare Candy is here to back it up, and Espresso's now going to be the one taking the turret shot. Svintine is here to make sure it is not fair, and Hazem is going to be able to hop himself over the wall, but Espresso left to the wolves, or should I say the man bear pigs, as Rare Candy will pick up the kill.
I thought you were going to say the Krugs there. That would have been funny.
Sorry, true.
Because they're both, jungle.
Yes.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. Left to the man, bear, pig, homeless guy, and the robot, as Joker doing a good job dodging away in that 1v2 scenario. I was wrong. It wasn't level 2 from 17. It was level 4. He was in that top side regardless. So very nicely played for the side of red side there. I believe that is Flay's team.
Yep.
I'll
Plays
pull
first
up
to
the
100.
names. I'll play the names on my second monitor, but doing a really nice job there, getting that that matched roam there, as Elsa from Frozen does a flash.
He has the ignite as well, and dinging that level 6 mark is going to be the go button, as he will pick up the solo kill. And that's important for this Renekton. We know Gnar is going to be able to use that Mega Gnar in the team fights later on. Eventually gets beefy enough to sort of, kite out some of this Renekton's damage. So getting those kills early on is going to be important. Has picked up the pickaxe for now, and Carino getting grabbed. Shield and heal there from All for Love is going to keep him alive, but a nice chunk there.
I hope that Elsa is going Bork into... Yes,
Yeah,
I hope that
there
Elsa
we
is going Bork into Prowler's Claw, because that is going to absolutely one-shot every single person on the side of Redacted's Cursed Casters. But, I mean, hey, this game is starting off pretty well. The gold lead is exactly the same, even though there is a 2-kill difference for Flay's first to 100, which is a little bit interesting. I think that probably has to come from First Blood and the fact that mid lane and bot lane are farming exponentially better than their lane opponents. But I mean, a little quiet from Alternative. I guess when you're in a lane where both mages just push out the wave and sit back, nothing's really going to happen. No one can really find the window to leave their lane. But Hazem doing a nice job, going to opt for those plated steel caps as their first buy, feigning the fact that Espresso could be up here. Is on the same side of the map, but is on the wrong side of the jungle, as now this Gnar goes mini and is going to be very vulnerable to this Udyr who's on the top side.
Yep, and we are going to see both junglers now making their way up into this top side, knowing something might be going on, as it looks like in the bot lane as well. I'm watching the mini-map, and meanwhile, Carino is picking up a kill, as Joker is going to be in a little bit of trouble trying to run away with that weird-looking skin. He's going to get sniped there at the end at very, very low health, but able to survive. And so at the end of the day, it is just Justin who is the victim there, and it's a 1-for-0 for the bot lane of Redacted's Cursed Casters. And notably, All for Love, or No Attack, as we so fondly know him, is back on, the bread and butter, back on these enchanters. And the comfort definitely showing here in the lane phases. He's had some pretty immaculate moments, I think, so far.
Yeah, had their foray into the, engaged champion list. As also from Frozen could turn back on this Gnar here, who is about to go mini. Udyr is in the fog.
Elsa from Frozen going to go really, really low, but still has that ultimate available, so he knows he'll be able to survive. Rare Candy going to get the flash out, but it's still going to pick up the stun, but it does create just enough distance for Hasm to get away there. No summoner spells, though, used from the top side of Flay's first to 100, so not a huge cost there, but it's Elsa from Frozen. Rinse and repeat, baby, as the kill is going to be picked up by Rare Candy, and by the skin of his teeth, Renekton going to stay alive too, so going to be able to shove this wave in. Gnar does have teleport in 20 seconds, but the Renekton will be able to get a nice reset, and holding over 1,000 gold before this turret plate means it's going to be pretty close to that Blade of the Rune King completion.
Yeah, and Hasm having maybe a little bit too much fun with Elsa from Frozen. I think they both knew how much damage that Renekton could do, but just, getting a little bit too close for comfort as Demo is going to pop that ulti. Knows where Candy is nearby, is going to potentially threaten lethal onto Alternative and Espresso.
Alternative potentially in a rough position here, is going to get interrupted there, but does still have the ultimate to knock the Udyr as well as the Blitzcrank away. Justin still looking for that level 6 mark here on the Blitzcrank. Who needs it, That's not the hook.
Yeah. Who wants a silence and a shield break,
Maybe Carino has that XP that he needs. Not a big shutdown, but a shutdown. But doesn't look like they're going to go for it. I mean, really difficult, honestly, to go for this Varus right now when he has ultimate available and Seraphine in his back pocket there. So that's going to be a challenge for Flay's first to 100.
I mean, like I said in this bot lane, it's going to be pretty boring, pretty just farm it out. Right. Carino winning that battle a little bit more. Oh, Elsa could be in a little bit of a tricky spot here.
Yeah, and there we go. We did talk about, when the Gnar is able to kite out these trades and not end up getting caught by the W. He is able to, come out on top, but it's kind of, that thing of, he comes out on top of these trades, but it's not lethal for the Renekton, but one false move and it could be lethal for Gnar. As, the trailed bot.
I don't know. I'll talk about it after this trailed, but every time I watch Hasm play into this Renekton, and like in this game so far, I don't know. Have you seen Borat? Have you seen the clip of him taunting the guy from his village, going, "You can't get this. You can't get this." That's all that's playing in my head the entire time, and eventually, Elsa will be able to get that. has the slice, has the dice, has the flash, and the board completed. Has gotten it many times already. Game 3 to be exact. But doing a very nice job. Again, this health advantage or this range advantage is really only as good as Hasm can space it.
Right.
And potentially Alternative in trouble here. No Q, no flash. Does have the Emperor's Divide. Will not be in danger. In fact, as Rare Candy just gonna be it out. But yeah, I mean, this game is proceeding, I feel like, a little bit as planned, right? You're gonna overvalue the range in the early game. You're gonna farm it out. You're gonna be annoying as you can. But once the time comes to group up, it's gonna be all of Flay's first to 100. I believe they're gonna have the hooks. They're gonna have the poke from Ziggs. They're gonna have the poke from Sivir. Granted, oh, hold on.
Elsa from Frozen got to be careful here, but is smart with his use of the slice and dice. Now, I'm pretty sure he spotted Espresso there. Either way, it's going to be
pushes.
Yeah. And yeah, both teams do have some incentive to continue farming out here with some scaling carries on both sides. But as you had mentioned, Seppti, from Flay's first to 100, we're just going to see that death ball coming forward with the Sivir ult on. Udyr and Renekton getting into that backline, even Blitzcrank. As we go, Elsa from Frozen, he's trying to get it. He's got it again. He's going to get the kill.
That's all for love.
3-0-1.
Slightly too far forward.
All for love, going to get knocked up, but we do see the TP coming through. Can they get the kill before that one finishes channeling? They've got their own reinforcements in Rare Candy. Joker going to go very low, not able to survive long enough, and now Rare Candy is going to get peeled off by the ultimate from Alternative, who has arrived to assist his bot lane. And just as just as we talked about Blaze first to 100 being strong when they group up. You know, you got to actually get there in order to make it happen. Demo not opting to teleport in an alternative. I mean, really good reaction there, honestly, especially given that this is just sort of a makeshift team to hit that one bot lane.
Yeah, just good eyes on the map. Knew it was post 14 minutes. Just instantly went for that teleport button. But on the other side, it looked like Elsa from Frozen was able to take that first tower of. Oh, was it? I don't think I tracked it very well, but towers were traded on either side of the map. Elsa from Frozen did pop that bone plating. It's going to be pretty strong if they're able to turn back. But
it looks like it looks like first turret was claimed bot lane just a little bit before.
Yeah, just slightly
but
before.
still traded back on the other side of the map.
But yeah, I mean, looking at the gold leads, I mean, Elsa from Frozen is up 1,000 gold on this Gnar. But looking at the bot lane, Karina was up about, what, 1,700 on on Joker, which is not going to be fun if you are the red side there. That Varus is going to start doing a whole lot of damage with that on-hit build, as Hazem has decided that top side is his jungle, and is going to be taking the camps from there. But again, the map is split fairly well. A lot of good wards on the blue side jungle for Redacted's Cursed Casters. And so, as a result, they trade Dragon for Herald, which is going to be nice for the Ziggs team because they're able to drop that Herald. Good flash from Demo being able to avoid the shove. But yeah, you're able to drop the Herald for the Ziggs, who will then just be able to satchel whichever turret down you decide to throw that Herald on. But we haven't really gotten to see what plays first to 100 really does best, which is, set up battle lines and pick out the straggler with the Blitz Hook. Because that's really what it's going to be going for, right? You're going to try and basically one-shot the first person in the fight and then pray to God that you have enough damage with that one person missing to win. It's sort of how it's going to go. And it looks like they're trying to set it up.
Yeah, they are trying to set it up, and it seems pretty sussed out by the blue team here from Redacted's Cursed Casters. No attack, and Carino staying very far for over onto that side. They do have the ward down on. The other side is disabled by that control ward. And so we do, kind of proceed with a little bit more, slower gameplay here, but we are seeing some, lane shifts as the bot lane has shifted into the mid lane here for, it looks like, both teams. And meanwhile, Alternative and Demo will be into that bot lane where I feel like Ziggs in particular becomes very vulnerable without a turret to wraparounds by the jungler. So wave pushing in now, but we'll see as that proceeds out, how that's going to affect the game. There's a mishook there.
Yeah, Hex Flash into Misthook. But I mean, scaling is definitely fairly even for, I want to say both sides. Alternative trying to clip him through the wall there with that Emperor's Divide. But I think looking at the way this game is scaling, Joker is going to be more useful on this Sivir later on than the Varus. Granted, both are 80 carries. Both will be able to do a whole lot of damage, but I believe that Sivir's damage scales a little bit better as we have a big group up here. Should be able to drop down this turret with the Herald and claim bot river control, as Elsa from Frozen has tried to stick around here.
Yeah, the turret is going to end up going down. As you said, the Renekton has joined the fight, so this is, this is when Flays first to 100 might want to look for something, but Hazem is here as well and does almost have Mega Gnar here, has gotten on to Joker, going to get the stun cleansed away, but now Rare Candy is instead going to be the one who's caught out as a flash forward from No Attack is going to get Elsa from Frozen, but he's going to be hooked under the turret. He's going to go down as well, and the last auto attack coming through, going to take down Elsa. So now it's a 2-4-1 in the favor of Redacted's Cursed Casters. Mid lane wave is going to be cleared out by Demo, but what is going to happen next? Can they find anything else? As Justin is going to miss that one. A little bit of a laugh, taunting laugh coming out. I have no idea how this guy could have gotten banned.
Yeah, not a clue. Not a clue.
Riot, what is this injustice? No, but just I have no knowledge of the situation. But that's annoying. As the back gonna be stopped again, and looks like 3.5k gold lead for the blue side, but that's remained pretty steady, I guess, for the last few minutes. so at the very least, it hasn't, the gold lead hasn't necessarily exploded for the blue side, but it's still, it's looking good. Maybe despite some possible scaling challenges, Carino at this point in the game, at the very least, pumping out a lot of damage with these 2 items completed on the on-hit build.
Yeah, and we're seeing Elsa from Frozen going for, I believe that's going to be a stride breaker. At least I hope it is. On this from Nexon, which is not really what you want in this game. You want to be able to stick on to those ranged champions as best you can. I know you're trying to be a little bit tankier, but that is not what's going to win you this game. If you're tanky, you get kited by Seraphine, Varus, and Azir. If you're one-shotted, you can kill Seraphine, Varus, and Azir. But I mean, it's up to them. They believe that is the best option in this game. I, respect them. I am not, in this game. I am not an all-star of CCS summer. Fall.
Respect the all-stars, please.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that's our that's your job. Our job is to
get
analyze the game. Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe
tell them it's bad.
Maybe looking for like some additional wave clear, I guess. Although Renekton already does kind of bring that, in his kit. So we'll
probably
see.
just trying to be a more traditional frontline for this Ziggs and Sivir that is in the game.
We are seeing a potential soul point here. If you're redacting these cursed casters at the very least spawning up. So plays first to 100 has already been in the area. Yep, they have gotten some ward control, but now it is the Meganar about to come through, and so they're leading the charge forward. Elsa from Frozen trying to get into the enemy team, but he is just going to get CC'd and taken down. Alternative scooping in another one, and 3 kills, all being picked up by Carino on the Varus. 700 gold bounty right now on that 80 carry champion. 6-0-5. They're going to slay the dragon and put themselves just 1 away from a Hextech soul here.
Yeah, and Chain CC will win the day, as I see pings and potentially some angles onto Baron are opening up here for Redacted's Curse Casters.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, a 2,000 gold, 2,000 more gold in the lead after just that one fight here. Over 7k overall. Actually, it was like 4k. I think that the gold lead basically has exploded. More simply put, Espresso is going to claim the Baron as rare candy, trying to find this 1v1 against, his top laner normally, but not going to be able to make anything happen.
That's not his top laner. He wouldn't be playing Gnar.
Yeah, you're not my top laner. My top laner only plays for himself and forces me to play champions that facilitate.
I only remember, what was it, the 1 in 10 Gangplank? Oh boy. Sorry, that was uncalled for. I
mean, anyway. I'm pretty sure. Wait, I'm pretty sure that's the one I casted. So it's not uncalled for. It was painful.
How many wards are we placing in the mid lane? No, it's
a lot. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Anyway, this red buff is going to be stolen away. A great heist for Hazem, as he likes to do. Generally, he doesn't start doing this until the tower goes down. But has said, this is my red buff. I'm going to recall on your side of the jungle and dive your mid-tier 1 tower with my whole team. Although Elsa, Renekton could be in a bit of a problem here, as there is a Gnar behind him.
It is going to be outranged as well by this Azir, as now we're seeing good use of this Baron from Redacted's Cursed Casters, as they are going to claim the mid-turret Elsa from Frozen. Feeling pretty bad about that one. Gonna get kited out yet again.
This is why you need a Prowler's Claw.
Exactly. I was just going to say, as our, as was foretold by Seppti earlier. But I mean, who knows if that would even necessarily make the full difference. I mean, he hasn't actually completed either.
Yeah, he wouldn't have had it yet. It is going to be Stride Breaker.
So it looks like, this Baron is going to be used well. It's funny because just before that sort of dive happened, I was just going to say, well, if you're plays first to 100, at least that you do have the Ziggs and Sivir to clear the waves, which they were doing a good job of initially, but it only lasts so long.
It only lasts until the other team has Baron, and
right.
Ziggs is not the champion he once used to be when it comes to clearing Baron waves, unfortunately.
True.
As Hazem is just going to take this tower in the face of Ziggs.
Not much you can do.
It just looks like a clean sweep. They had a lead, 3,000 gold. I want to say that was 8 minutes ago, and since then it has ballooned to 11k, which is a pretty pretty solid slamming of your foot down on the ground to really take control of this game. And to add the cherry on top, they're gonna have a solo fight in 90 seconds time.
Yeah, only 25 minutes in, already going to be the opportunity for the Hextech Soul. Also, I feel like very, very powerful soul to claim early on when you're very far ahead. You know, just allowing you to engage from so far away when you proc that. Soul, if they are able to grab it, of course, has not been picked up yet, but even just being able to force sort of a fight around that objective is, you know, a privileged situation for Redacted's Cursed Casters to be. We might not even need to get there, though, as Rare Candy getting dropped.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as though Redacted's Cursed Casters saw the last game and they said, yeah, we can be even more dominant than that. We're just going to try and, you know, Formula 1 reference, but put our foot on the loud pedal and never take it off. And just, I mean, they've done that. They've been steadily playing, you know, super positively throughout this game, not making many mistakes. You know, Hazem having a few whoopsies, you know, having fun on the top side. But other than that, it's been fairly clean when it comes to team fighting and playing around, you know, his teammates. Has found some really good Gnar ultimates and has been really well positioned to make plays happen. And so, despite what I said in draft about this Blitzcrank being able to show up and, you know, show All for Love, you know, how to play the champion, All for Love is playing Enchanters, which is what they do. And so Justin was trying to make a point in this game. It might not have been the one to do it.
Yeah, you know, there's always next game, I guess. Not actually in
Not
this
today.
one. Not actually in this one, but whatever. Okay, that's a dead crocodile. Is gonna get caught out by Alternative, and even through the slice, the dice, and the flash, as this is the Gnar acting like he's Mega Gnar already. You're not a big guy quite yet, buddy. As Demo gets the shutdown, nice ultimate there from All for Love, flashing the mastery, but now he's gonna be getting knocked up as Vintine was looking for that engage. Demo still back there pumping out the damage, and my client decided to completely crash.
All right, we have Joker going in, Karino flashing forward, finding the first kill onto Joker. Rare Candy trying to make a play on the backline, but Espresso finding a nice kill onto his cross jungler. Demo trying to do their best to find some poke back onto the other team. All for Love and Karino just pushing that wave out, but an overall 3-4-2 win for the side of Redacted's Cursed Casters. Just a really nice play. It did look very playable, though, for the side of Flay's first to 100. But they just got kited out a little bit too well, and Espresso able to find the kill onto the jungler. Rare Candy not able to make the impact that they want.
Thank you very much.
Let me know when you're back. I can keep going.
No, I'm back. I'm back now.
Right,
My computer just decided to randomly tab out, which is very fun. Now I know that I can just randomly put you in as play-by-play, though, so that's good to know as well.
I just don't give me too hectic of a fight. Just don't give me too.
All right, so I'll just tell the teams to tone it down.
Yeah. Tone it down. Keep it mellow.
Tone it down, guys. We gotta be, we got a Seppti. He's not usually a play-by-play.
Give me a silver fight. Give me a silver fight, and I can.
Actually, okay, I can tell you from experience that's way worse to cast.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's just there's no rhyme or reason. At least you can predict some of what people will do in, this elo.
Oh yeah, the commentary is predictable. You're like, this guy is gonna flash.
Right.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Exactly. But now that all that is said and done, still 12 gold lead yet expanding for Redacted's Cursed Casters here. 12,000 gold lead, and they are going to start hitting the Baron here. Likely take that one down, and with the Soul and the Baron, I would assume then they will make their, probably back, and then like their last push towards the Nexus, or maybe not back. I don't know.
They might not back. Alternative might just TP back onto the map here with their purchase. Does have 3 full items now. Picking up, I believe it was that Zhonya's probably as that's third item there. Has the nice 1-1-1-1 scoreline on the Azir. Will just be picking up even more assists. Very clean. Should not participate in the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Don't auto minions, or you'll do the Hextech Soul proc and get an assist on.
True. That's a pro tip.
Yeah, pro tip. But they are going to have a double super minion stack on this top side here as Chains of Corruption going massively wide. Whoa.
Chains of Corruption are going to miss, but it doesn't really matter that much as the minions are doing everything they need to take down those turrets. They're just going to sit back as Elsa from Frozen trying to make a last stand, but it looks like the rest of this game, which is not very good for Flay's first to 100. I asked first to 100. What? It's not going to be wins at the very
It's not going to be
least.
deaths either, but they're coming close.
Yeah. Go ask Flay, I guess, if you want to know what it's first to 100 of, because it's all done for the big man upstairs. And I don't mean anything religious. I meant Flay.
I was going to say, do you mean Flay?
He
I
is
don't think
my
I've ever...
big man upstairs. And but anyways, going to be taken down by Redacted's Cursed Casters. Cursed no more, apparently, as they move on into the CCS All-Star Draft Grand Finals against Brankel's Factory of Sadness. And so, I don't want to, we're running behind here, so I don't want to go too long. Any last reflections that, maybe that the Factory of Sadness could take away from that going into this Grand Finals match?
I mean, play something that punishes range. Play
There you
Malphite.
go. It is a no attack team, so there's likely to be 4 or more ranged champions.
Yeah, play something that dives on top of their team, because I mean they're gonna play an enchanter, they're gonna play range. You need something that plays incredibly fast, can do a lot of damage quickly. Cassante, I know, is a very fun champion, but will not be the one for you this game. Cassante is generally more of a champion that you would play with an enchanter style. So unless you're gonna pick up that Seraphine for yourself, I don't know which team has blue side. I think Seraphine has been first picked in both matches tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I think
Well,
it's
that
been,
was the
I think
third
it's,
match, but
well,
yeah.
in both matches of this mini tournament
Yes,
here.
yes,
I think
yes.
I think it has been picked on blue one both matches so far. So whoever is on blue side immediately has the advantage. So either red side bans it, or you pick it yourself on blue side, and we'll see where we go from there.
All right. Well, we are going to get that to you as soon as we can. We are going to take a little bit of a break, and then we will come back. Will it be Redacted's Cursed Casters or Brankel's Factory of Sadness? We will see. Ludi's going to send us into a break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with that grand finals match for our CCS All-Star Draft. Stay with us. It all comes down to this. Here we are for the CCS All-Star Draft Grand Finals game with Brankel's Factory of Sadness taking the blue side against Redacted's Cursed Casters on the red side. So both of these teams flipping sides from their previous match. Seppti is stuck with me here for one more game here as the bands fly through. And if there's one thing that we know for sure, it's that Kaiser Uwu is not going to get his hands on Kasante again or Vladimir.
Unfortunately, and neither is All for Love going to get their hands on the Seraphine or the Yumi. They have had enough of the stupid enchanters being played in the bot lane. We probably will just see like Soraka or Lulu. It's probably my guess. As Banger instantly coming out with the Graves first pick.
Graves first pick coming through there for Banger. Very, Graves really strong right now. I know that you were a little bit disappointed in the showing from Graves by I Love You So Much from CV Starlight in the first one. Well, not necessarily with
I was
with
the
the
build that
build.
was
It
a
was the
little
build.
confusing.
So
It
we'll
was just
see,
confusing.
can Banger pass the build test here from Seppti? We'll see. This time is the lowest ranked player in this game. Notably, I was going to say, wow, is this a plat league? Because there's only two diamond players or plat players. One of them's an alt account and it's plat 1, and then you have Dojo's plat 4. Chad, absolute Chad. But anyways, as we move through,
Kane locked
is
in
gonna
for
pick up.
Espresso. I assume that's for Espresso. Interesting that it wasn't the Kindred, as Kindred is a fairly good matchup into the Graves there. Aatrox locked in for Hazab, definitely a champion that Nodal showed very good mastery on in the Diamond tournament. Basically, I think running every single game that he had it in. And so this Aatrox, a massive monster into the likes of that Graves. And I really don't want to see Renekton from Marshall. I know it's a fairly standard matchup into Aatrox, but I guess it's a Marshall pick here. It's not something that I think, it's fair. It's fine. Renekton's fine. Renekton is one of those champions where you can get close up to Aatrox, deny him those sweet spots on the Darkened Blade. And Marshall saying that Hazam stole his son with that Aatrox pick.
Right.
But Renekton, a very good matchup. One of those matchups that we were seeing a little bit more, I want to say in summer split as opposed to Worlds, in all of those professional, playoff tournaments. It was kind of the handshake Aatrox into Renekton before people started playing Fiora into it. But Zillion locked in. I want to say that's going to be for Kaiser, as I think it was probably banned against them last series.
Yeah, it was banned out. I'm not sure. It could be also an XFW Hammy champion. Would have to check out the OPTG. But yeah, I mean, on this Renekton pick yesterday, for those of you tuned in yesterday, Martial Arts for Why won the All-Star 1v1 tournament. Very much thanks to, in large part, Renekton, which I know, has been one of his main champions in the past. I don't know how he's about to try to riot on Twitter about how Renekton's underpowered, and then when it gets strong, he just wants to pick Aatrox. But that besides, Senna is going to be picked up from Redacted's Cursed Casters, as Noah Tech going to get one of his champions, I would imagine, although you never know, with those bans that were already thrown out.
Yeah, I mean, Senna definitely, I think, more of a Carino champion.
That's fair.
I think All for Love is probably going to play an Enchanter alongside that. We'll probably play something like a Soraka that gets banned away. So probably not like a Soraka. As we do see that Vigra ban coming in, which means that it seems that Redacted's Curse Casters thinks that Zillion is going towards the bot lane and don't want Kaiser to pick up any sort of control mage mid that would deny space from Kane and Aatrox. But interesting to note, I do like this Soraka ban coming out from Brankel's Factory of Sadness. It is one of those champions that sort of denies, the one-shot ability of Graves and Renekton. Swain, another champion that would go very well into Redacted's Curse Casters, is one of those drain tanky champions that does percent health damage with the Leandri's Torment. And TK banned away. I'm curious as to what will happen here on the bot side. Heimerdinger is still up. So is Ashe. So is Misfortune. Three champions that have, been, changed recently to be played in that support role a little bit more. That could be showing up in this game. Curious to see what will happen in this bot side here.
Yeah, definitely interesting. On one hand, if you're going against the Zillion, you're gonna want something with range. Karma
Yeah,
is gonna be the lock
there
in
it
here.
is.
But you also I like the Karma because it also does give you some shield and survivability against this Graves and Renekton, who, once they get into that backline, are just gonna have so much upfront burst damage to offer, and Karma definitely helps out there quite a bit. But now for the answer here for Branko's Factory of Sadness, we'll see, get some confirmation probably of where the Zillion is going to go, whether it will be alongside this Kaisa or nope, never mind. Kaisa will not be alongside anybody likely.
Did you say Kaiser was the AP Kaiser player earlier,
No,
or
but he's trained under the tutelage as I'm pretty sure as a Goldfish Gaming mid laner, it's probably a requirement that you
I
must
see.
train on the art of the AP Kaisa mid lane, and so he definitely has picked it in even CCS this last split, because he learned from the best, of course.
Yeah, well, I
So
mean,
yeah,
we are going to
there you
see
go.
LeBlanc locked in as
All
well for
right.
alternative.
I
Uh,
feel like that feels terrible for Kaisa, but
I
yeah.
mean, we said the same. Actually, we were right about it last time as well.
But I will say this, okay? I will say this. I have been very, very wrong about it when I've watched this champion in the past. And beyond even just Goldfish Gaming, yes, AP Kaisa obviously fell out of favor, after some of the nerfs. But like at one point, we obviously even saw Faker playing it. And when it was nerfed, it did sort of just shift some of the power of AP Kaisa away from kind of like the W poke, more towards like sort of the one shot
the
Q.
burst damage. Yeah,
Exactly. So, I mean, that still is viable. Or, it didn't even end up being AP mid lane last time. So we will just have to wait and see which one it is. But I mean, I think alternative being on this LeBlanc is very, very scary to me. I felt like his Azir was fine in the last game, but I feel like you were kind of making reference to like alternative is a very sort of flashy and risk taker kind of player. And so
yeah.
it'll
The
be fun
Azir
to
was a
see
bit
him
surprising
enable.
last game.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Azir was
definitely.
a bit
I agree.
surprising. I've teamed with him before,
Oh, okay. So
and
you
his
work
favorite
better than
picks
me
were
then.
his favorite picks were LeBlanc, Lee Sin mid when that was meta, and Zed. Those were the things that he liked playing. And so when
Yeah.
I saw him pull out these, it's not that he couldn't play, the control mage style. It was just that he was very good at excelling at, pushing waves, roaming, finding kills for himself, and really controlling the game in that sense. Was very good mechanically in lane as well to find solo kills. Um, so able to find solo kills in the lane a lot. I'm getting added by alternative in chat, saying that he's a changed man. But I mean,
He's reformed, but
seeing
picked
him
LeBlanc.
seeing him on the Blanc now is going to be very interesting. Blanc going to be very dominant in that lane. I'm surprised. I guess there wasn't enough AP on his team to rip Zed, but LeBlanc, the AP Zed, uh, is going to make living hell for Kaiser in this mid lane. Zillion going to do their best to deny the one shot that is LeBlanc, but it's going to be interesting. I don't know how these compositions are really. I think Redacted's Curse Casters has a bit more of a, consolidated identity. They like to play long fights. They have LeBlanc flanking side to pick off the carries and Jinx and Kaisa, while Renekton and Marshall are. Marshall, while Marshall and Banger are in
They're
the
one and the
front.
same.
They're the same thing. I don't know why it was so redundant there. Um, are just in the front line scrapping it out with those tanky carries. I'm curious actually if because we talked about this in the last game, how Espresso is more of the play for self, play for aggro, play for assassiny type champions. I'm curious to see if we will see a blue or purple build out of this Kane this
Mm,
game. 'Cause I could definitely see it happening. Or
yeah,
go for what people have been doing on Kane recently, which is go red Kane, but then go Eclipse on the Kane. So you
right.
do a whole lot of damage, and you have the knockup and the tankiness of red Kane, um, which honestly could be very good this game if when I'm looking at these compositions because it's strong enough to almost one shot Kaisa and Jinx and Zillion, but also has the healing and the durability to survive Graves and Renekton. Um, but I kind of want to hear your thoughts. Who do you give the edge this?
Well, I mean, I think that I was just looking at these drafts a little bit here. Again, thinking about this LeBlanc and kind of how effective that it could be against the Jinx and the Kaisa. I'm really, really going to be looking to actually XFW Hammy on this Zillion because if you're using that Chrono Shift correctly, it should be super, super useful. But if you've got multiple champions that are able to one shot these carries in the Kane and the LeBlanc, it gets a little bit more difficult. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's not really giving any sort of commitment, but I think after watching Redacted's Cursed Caster's last game, it might be recency bias, but I think I'd give it over to the red side this time.
That's fair. I think I would follow the same path there. I'm going to be really staring at that top lane matchup, though, because whoever really gets the advantage there is going to have, I think, the much better time in this game. Jungle help, not being considered in that statement. But even with jungle help, with jungle, I think that both of these top laners can potentially 1v2 in situations. Definitely more easy for Aatrox to do so. But Renekton does still have the potential to 1v2 if they're able to get ahead. And we know Marshall, we've seen what he does throughout the split. We know that he's a very strong top laner in that sense.
Yeah,
can make any game his own if given the possibility. But I'm looking to see how this game goes. I'm excited. Dallas on a more traditional AD carry. No Samira this game. No inting under tower. Hopefully has the chrono shift to prevent that.
Well, don't speak too soon.
That's true. If he dies twice under tower, I would be very impressed.
No, watch him not do it at all this game. Well, we'll see that we cannot get onto the rift soon enough. I am shaking with I don't know, not anxiety was the right word, excitement for this game to start. We're gonna see who's the winner of this all-star draft. I mean, there is really a lot on the line, kind of as far as pride, and especially within the Dorado organization. We got a lot of inner Dorado fighting, as is sort of inevitable at this point in time. But we're going to be back in just a moment here. We're going to take this brief spectator delay. So it's your last minute and a half to get in before the most exciting moment of your life when we come back in just a moment. are back for the game that is going to determine it all. It is the grand finals here for the CCS All-Star Draft Tournament, as we have 2 teams remaining. It is Redacted's Cursed Casters on the red side. I don't know why I keep saying red. Oh,
Why you keep saying cursed?
Brankle's Factory of Sadness. No, I always keep saying the red side team first for some reason. You know, these teams,
what?
they were only
We're
so
reading-
recently formed.
We're reading from the right.
It's
the
true.
right today.
And that is going to be Hasm taking quite a bit of punishment there at level 1, having to back off. Minions have spawned, so he's going to be a little bit late, I believe. That should give over the level 1 advantage to Martial Arts for Y, who has opted again for the Ignite into this matchup. He took the, or actually, no, I can't remember. It was there. No, we saw the Ignite Renekton last game, but that was from Elsa. So
yeah, he was inspired.
Right. Well, yeah, inspired by
by the losing team, but it's fine. It's gonna be interesting. I like casting, and it looks like Banger is going to go for a more traditional build. Is gonna have that flash this game. Definitely gonna be more of. I imagine this build will be more towards the standard of. Whoop. I don't think All for Love got any gold for that because they're again not playing support Karma. If you want to swap those portraits around. But yeah, doing a really nice job getting that good poke down on the bot side. In the mid lane, we are potentially seeing a confirmed AP Kaisa with that Airy and with that Cole, trying to do nothing but farm out the top side or the early game here. As Kaiser does get chained up, is getting a lot of poke back though with those auto attacks. It's gonna be nice. Martial Arts for Y finding a nice trade with Fury. Dallas potentially losing his life here with the amount of health that he's taken is gonna be forced to pop that potion.
And we are going to have level 2 from both bot lanes here, but going to be played pretty safe here from the blue side. Again, you know, with that Jinx, you're just looking to farm out, you know, similar late game scaling with this Senna, I guess, but just, you know, that Jinx very, very vulnerable early on here. You know, in a lot of in mid lane here, as we look at Alternative taking a trade, not able to activate that Q, so not necessarily super ideal, but is going to, you know, get a nice chunk onto Alternative, who's trading back pretty well. But Espresso now here, Kaiser, he has Flash. Oh, he greeted with Flash. I mean, or maybe just knew that. I don't know. I'll let you analyze.
I mean, it didn't flash. Probably thought that it was just more worth it to keep it around for later on.
Right.
Could have also just been flash ignited by Alternative or flash autoed by Espresso.
Yeah.
Once you get down to that HP, it's not really worth flashing, just because, you know, you're flashing for what? You're flashing to have them burn a cooldown.
Yeah. And Kaiser's flash is going to be the most probably valuable for those 3.
Yeah, it's because it's not going to save you. It's not going to prevent later on, right? They'll kill you whether you have that cooldown or not. Or sorry, whether LeBlanc is going to dash onto you whether she has her flash cooldown or not. As Haslem being very brave with that flash there, holding on to it for as long as he could. Banger actually still hunting down that kill, forcing him to walk all the way back. If he's able to stop that recall, could deny a massive wave from the Aatrox. But Carino and All for Love are going to hold that wave there. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting seeing how this game goes. It's going to pushing towards Alternative side. Kaiser, definitely not in a fun spot there. Is farming well, though. Not dropping too many CS that are unneeded so far. As All for Love again. Going to look for that chain onto...
All right, we're going to see Carino getting that root down in the bot lane. It's All for Love picking up the final kill credit. Not even close for XFW. Hammy now it's going to be Dallas going to be flashed on by Espresso. Dallas still with both summoner spells left, probably going to be able to keep himself safe, even though he has a low health bar. Still just level 3. That's going to be Espresso going onto the turret, and we are going to get trolled by the spec, but it's going to be because Dallas did not, in fact, get killed, and so there was no more action to be had. No summoner spells even needed for the Jinx. Just cool, calm, and collected walking that one out.
But Kaiser finding a very nice trade in the mid lane here. Gonna look for Espresso. No flash. Will have the flash herself from that mid lane play. Oh, I was expecting a solo kill there.
Yeah, maybe just not quite sure where a couple of the members were from Redacted's Cursed Casters, but now we're going to see in the top lane this 1v1 is not going to last that way for long, as Banger is here. Flash forward for Martial Arts for Y, and the last auto is going to finish it off. Q doing a bunch of damage there, and that's going to be Hasm dropping.
And what is with Hazem and, dying early to Renekton tonight? It seems to be happening
Name a more
quite
iconic
a
duo.
bit. Yeah, I know, right?
But hey, I mean, if it
never
goes
mind.
anything like last game, it doesn't,
It doesn't matter. Yeah,
strategy
exactly.
works, right? Why? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. I mean, Marshall is going to crash a massive wave here. So maybe it might mean a little bit of something.
You're right. He probably did not intentionally.
Yeah. Although, I mean, Hazem is going to collect most of this wave, so we'll probably only be down about 10 PS. Espresso
Hey,
getting a nice bit of counter jungling here. Kaiser landing all 5 procs, not getting the 6th, which I believe is the number needed to proc Kaiser's passive. As Hammy, no flash on this Espresso.
Yeah, Espresso is in a rough spot here. Going to end up going down, and kill does go over to Dallas on this Jinx. That's exactly who you want to accelerate. Has avoided death so far in this bot lane. So with Kaiser having been ganked that one time, Jinx having survived so far, I think you're pretty happy here. If you are Brankle's Factory of Sadness, just getting kind of the farm onto these 80 carry champions. Clearly Kaisa indexing heavily into the scaling with both the tier and the cull, so it's not like they were having high hopes for early game playmaking based on that itemization.
Yeah, going for that mana immune first is going to be what the Kaisa is going for. As Marshall's probably popping the R.
Oh, wowza. That is a
damage.
lot of damage. Yeah, and I mean, I guess, not that I am the expert, but I would not have expected that burst coming through from their neck, but that pickaxe gonna do so much. But now it is Dallas going to get rooted up, and XFW Hammy is here as well. All for love, though, staying alive for so long. Banger is here, but is it in time? Not quite, as there's gonna be 1 kill going over. Is it gonna be traded 2 for 1 as Carino gonna go low? Bomb goes off, and XFW Hammy is going to claim the kill credit, so it'll be a 2 for 1 trade in the favor of Brankle's Factory of Sadness, with their jungler being the difference maker showing up there.
And that's definitely a little bit unfortunate, if you're Brankle's Factory of Sadness, right? Both those kills, or I guess both kills that have happened so far on the bot side of the map, have gone to All for Love, which, granted, Karma, it's not bad to get kills on your support early, but when you have such a strong force in the Senna bot lane, you definitely want to get as much gold onto her as possible, so that I guess she can build a Rage Blade instead of other items that might be more useful. Never mind. I take back what I said. The gold is better on All for Love.
All right, but now Kaiser Uwu is going to get chained up. Luckily, Dojo's here to provide some reinforcement, and no alternative not able to finish that, even though he does have the ult back up and available. So Kaiser going to try to take a recall here. Not going to quite be able to get it off, as now Alternative has the ignite down. Is going to pick up the kill credit there. Flash away, and now Banger not quite able to get the last hit on the kill. Lots of cooldowns being blown there. 1 for 0 for Alternative, and now Martial Arts for Y, just continuing to flex his muscles. Now 2 levels up on Hazem.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate for Banger, because that kill there is literally a recall's way away from going over to the graves. He was sitting on about 1,600 gold, still currently is. It's still on the map, so a little bit worrisome. Does have the Umbral Glaive fully ready for purchase when he decides to hit that B button. But will probably get stuck on the map here. Spot lane is going to fight again. You are not getting any rest tonight, Elsa.
XFW Hammy does not have that level 6 yet critically, but it is going to be once again a 3 for 2 as Banger has arrived. Flash forward for Hammy to get the slow on. All for love. He's going to have a bomb in his head. He's going to be taken down by the super mega death rocket, and now Carino trying to trade 1 back, but will not be able to do it. And if this team is good at one thing, Seppti, it is spoon feeding kills into the mouth of Dallas, although that was a pretty sweet rocket, I will say.
I mean, Dallas was able to find some kills. Alternative trying to do their best to get some damage onto their mid lane opponent. Again, this is kind of unfortunate, because if you're the LeBlanc, you really want to be getting as much advantage in this as possible, especially when Kaiser is going for such a scaling lane, as we almost had a snipe from Kaiser onto the stolen blue buff that Espresso was going for. It's okay. Gave the shutdown to the support. Is worth it.
True. I mean, support, quote unquote.
I mean, building support items. Building support
it's true.
items.
It's true. It's true.
If this were a Night Harvester karma, I might be saying something else, but it's not, so I won't. Kaiser doing a nice job dodging away from the chains there on LeBlanc. I mean, just looking at the way this game has gone, it's kind of mid lane is sort of your saving grace. You know, if your Brankles, Factory of Sadness, right? I mean, granted, you have your karma has kills, but all that's really going to do for you in this current phase of the game is allow you pushing power in the bot lane, which Espresso has used well, right? Espresso has been very good at counter jungling the map so far. Is up about 20 CS on to Dojos. As Marshall again is setting up a dive onto the top side with his jungler here.
All right. Ooh, Kaiser just, dodging out on this chain. So much of this lane with the Kaisa versus the LeBlanc is about that skill expression, dodging those skill shots and landing them. And now we do have a dive onto the top side. Excuse me, but Hazem is going to be able to flash away. Excuse me. Now Espresso is here though, as Martial Arts for Y able to dash forward, slice and dice, and pick off the first kill as my voice came back just in the clutch of time there. So it will just be a 1-for-0 in that 2v2. The Aatrox ends up going down. Now we have another, speaking of 2-for-2, 2v2s in the bot lane. They just will not stop going at it as the exhaust is going to be dropped. The second exhaust now as well, all for love, going very low down as well, but they've still got the Zillion ultimate. They don't even need it for now, as All for Love going to stay just alive. Very, very low health there from Dallas, who will be able to walk it out. But that is another W here from the bot lane of Brankle's Factory of Sadness, who are now up about 3K, a little over 3K actually, in the gold lead. Banger, though, this is not the right side of the map to be on, is gonna have to flash running between two turrets, but I think after that he should be able to run himself to safety, probably.
Bomb not long enough on the range for Hammy. I want to compliment Hammy on that bot side 2v2, doing a very good job, dancing with the aggro of the Brankle's bot lane, doing a good job splitting the damage to the point where they had the red side bot lane had no idea who Hammy was going to use ultimate on, to the point where it was already too late. They were already too low. And then when the time came to land a crucial stun onto Karino, instead of aiming it for Karino, was very smart and aimed it for his stagnant minions, who were not going to try and move to dodge the bomb. So very well played as a result. Marshall getting less than favorable trade, but does have the advantage that they finished Bork compared to the serrated Dirk and Boots. But we did talk about it, right? We talked about potential purple cane on Espresso here, as it's being shown on our screen. I don't know how it's going to go this game. It definitely has the potential to be very slippery in a team fight where, you have a LeBlanc already who's being, who's jumping in and out. You have an Aatrox who's jumping around the fight. Adding an additional Kane who's going to be running around. Oh, hold on, flashes.
Oh, here is that Kane running around, but not quite able to close the distance, as Dallas was able to flash away. And now in the top lane, we're going to switch up over because Martial Arts for Y is just going to go for that 1v1 dive, has confirmation of the enemy jungler. Speaking of the enemy jungler, here is Espresso having to slice or dive away, and now Banger going to go really, really low. Kane picking up the last hit here, but Dallas wants something to say about this. He does not, he may want something to say about it, but he doesn't have anything to say about it, as he was up there in the front line, doing a lot of damage, but not able to get even close to finishing anyone off. Now Kaiser Uwe and XFW Hammy sitting underneath this turret should be able to be safe, as Espresso will make his way out.
Yeah, Banger and Dallas fighting off a little bit more than they could chew there. Just going a little bit too far forward. Ooh. Banger, I think, realized that he was out of mana. There's Espresso is going to play to stop this recall.
Alternative has now arrived as well, and XFW Hammy going low. Got a bomb on his head, but it's not going to make a difference, as there's 3 members strong here on the bot side. Kaiser's going to take a back.
Not again.
Now, Martial Arts for Y has found Hazem. I don't know if he failed the E over the wall or just didn't have it up, but either way, Renekton said thank you very much, and I will also take that red buff. I appreciate that. And,
yeah, Hazem was playing some mind games, trying to get Marshall to E over the wall.
True.
Not quite.
Next level.
Marshall not falling for it, as Dallas is going to potentially walk into Karino. Is a level up and a finished mythic up on Karino, who I don't actually have any... I don't know enough about Senna. I have no idea what this build is.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly.
What? What is that?
I mean,
all right, that is not...
Yeah.
That is not the fasting Senna that
Is it like
your parents taught you about, in your nighttime stories.
is it gonna be like
I
yeah,
can only
man.
I can only think it's like gonna
Divine
be.
Thunder or something into like Rage Blade, or I don't freaking. I mean, that
I was
seems
thinking
so
like
against.
Sunderer or like potentially Banger getting caught out here in the bot lane.
Ooh, I mean, I don't know, but Banger is going to be in a rough spot. There's a lot of chains being thrown out here, some by Karma, some by LeBlanc, and they are going to land and take down the jungler from Brankle. Oh! Factory of Sadness, but martial arts for Y has so much damage here as he is going to go into the Zillion ultimate as the chrono shift was dropped. And Dallas firing here from the backline, so close to getting Hasm. One more shot might do it, but it's not going to be enough. Unlucky, does not get the crit as Espresso now going to dive forward and pick up one of the kills, but martial arts for Y still has more in the tank, getting health back from that red buff alternative. Ooh, lots of damage splashing through here with the Senna ultimate as well, and everyone's just going so low. I just can't even focus on what's going on as Kaiser's Q is going to pick up the kill, and now the flash forward from Hazem from the W on Aatrox is going to trade that one onto Kaiser also. And now there are 3, at the end of the day, there's 3 left alive, and I think, 1, I guess, really from the blue side, except then Banger had respawned by that. I don't know, that was a long fight. In the end, gold lead is still 3K for blue side.
That was the most, I think, exciting sequence of play. I didn't watch much of CCS. I'm sure there were a lot of exciting moments, but that is why this is All-Star. This is the All-Star event, right?
Exactly.
All these players coming in at their top. I mean, at the top of their form. Someone could say Hazem has been griefing a little bit, but everyone playing at the top of their form, even Hazem in this fight, doing such a great job kiting in and out. Just, doing their absolute best to get every single ounce out of their champion. Just doing a great job finding every kill. Espresso, again, already back on the map. Going to be going for, I believe, that mana immune there for that second item and Cleaver. But Dragon going to be started up for Brankles.
Dragon is going to be started up here, an alternative, just a menace. But now look at that CC coming through from XFW Cammy, who is even able to keep himself alive. But now they do turn on to Dallas. There's no chrono shift left for the Jinx, who is left all in there lonely. But martial arts for Y. He's been the man of the hour, and he has arrived once again. Kaiser's going to be the one to pick up the kill, and the Renekton's going to continue the charge with Dojos by his side. He's gotten into the back line. There's one. Snipes the last one from Kaiser. That's a nice. That is going to be a 5-for-1, very, very clean team fight. And the beginning there from XFW Hammy, I feel like, really makes it all happen.
Yeah, Elsa and Marshall wants a clean sweep of the All-Star event this week. Wants a clean sweep. Won the 1v1 tournament today. Is gonna. This is all right. There we go. Hammy eventually.
Okay. Can we talk about? I mean, is there a bet? Like, what top laner? Like you're fed as hell on Renekton. You're like, hey, please support Zillion, dude. Like, good guy. Martial arts for Y. Winning not only the event but also our hearts. No, just kidding.
Marshall being very nice there. Opting to go for that Gore Drinker. I mean, very nice engage from Hammy there. We can call it an engage, call it a bait, call it whatever you like. It got the job done. It won the fight for Redacted's Cursed Casters, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Right? That's right.
Yep.
No, it's. Did I have them flipped? No, I've been having them flipped all game. Oh. Brankle's Factory of Sadness is blue side. Yes. And Redacted's Cursed Casters is red side.
Correct.
I've been giving praise to the wrong team.
Well, like I said. These franchises so recently formed. But look at Carino here. Does get sniped out by Kaiser Uwu, who's trying to show you why it was worth it to start with those scaling items. And he's gonna snipe. I don't even know what I was gonna try to find something is better to say.
Snipe
but
the funny scoreline. Snipe the funny scoreline for Carino.
I mean, and the martial arts for Y just gonna pick up another kill there casually onto the Krugs and/or Hasm, and it's looking really, really strong now at this point for Brankle's Factory of Sadness, who's accelerated their gold lead about 7,000. Espresso going under the turret to fight martial arts for Y, his own top laner. Oh, and that's gonna be Carino getting a little bit of revenge with the Senna ultimate there. grabbing the last hit onto Kaiser Uwu, who's getting a little bit greedy. But meanwhile, that Rift Herald was still just mid lane, so a lot more gold continuing to funnel into the pockets of the Sadness Factory.
I believe Kaiser probably clicked on his map there. As we see Hazem TPing in.
Yeah, they do not want this to be over. Alternative going to wait out the ultimate here from XFW Hammy, but now they're going to be able to... Oh my god, that was so greedy. They landed the chompers, and Dallas sticking around, getting knocked up, but able to stay safe now with his teammates having arrived. Ooh,
yeah, I mean, it looks like Red Side is going to be here. Alternative.
Ooh, Alternative going very, very, very aggressive, and now that is going to be Hazem caught out with the stun, taken down. Dallas claiming the credit, never actually ended up having to go back, and we can see how much this Kaisa is starting to hurt with those W's, firing them out onto this very, very squishy team overall here from Redacted's Cursed Casters.
Yeah, and it turned out that that Rage Knife Kindle Gem on Carino was in fact the locket as into the Rage Blade. Which is not something that I expected, you know, coming into this game. I honestly don't think Carino's going to be able to auto much in the fight. I know we expect them to be long if you're the side, you know, of Redacted's Cursed Casters. Or, yes, of Redacted's Cursed Casters is expecting these fights to be long because they have the Karma trucks and they have the Cane. This is what I get for not having them on, you know, my screen in front of me. But Carino, I don't know, will be able to get as much value out of the Rage Blade as I like this play. They see that the Aatrox is on the bot side with no teleport. They have the whole team there. Kaisa W's should be able to start raining down onto the incoming members of Redacted's Cursed Casters, and just a nice call overall.
Oh, not going to be able to get over the pit. He is going to be CC'd by Martial Arts for Y on the other side of the wall. Martial going to be exhausted by the Karma, so not able to get anything more done. But the Baron has already fallen, and Brankel's Factory of Sadness is trying to move in, but instead it's going to be Alternative with a nice flank, picking up the first kill of the fight, traded back immediately by Martial Arts for Y. Banger making it a 2-for-1, or sorry, 1 for, evening it up on a 1-for-1 now, getting the kill onto Carino. I don't know what my eyes were doing to me there. It's getting late at night.
They were being 11 p.m. Eastern.
Exactly. The Baron push will continue here with the Jinx and Renekton slamming down onto this top tier turret. The gold lead over 11,000 now, as Hazem is gonna, looks like, pick up this objective bounty, but it's a little bit of a drop in the bucket at this point.
It might not even be a drop if Renekton's able to get to this wave fast, but it looks like he is gonna in fact pick up that tower. Yep, is gonna get that tower and walk away. Is gonna be working towards that Death Dance second. Should be very nice for the Aatrox there. We'll be able to tank a bit more damage. I do have to talk and expose Hammy a little bit. Flashed to try and double bomb the Cane, but instead flashed and double bombed air about a zip code away from where the Cane was. But other than that, you know, picture perfect fight.
Yeah, you know, it happens. It happens.
It does.
Just the thing is, as on Zillion, the burden for having a perfect fight is you just hit R at a good time. So it's
true.
fine.
The bar is low. The bar is
everything
low.
other than R is just bonus, basically, on Zillion. To be like, honestly, like that's kind of how it feels in competitive and later in the game. But, you know, as oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm probably gonna steal the words out of your mouth as we approach, you know, the mid-late game. Dallas firing W's into the wall, trying to snipe that Cane. We're about 10,000 gold in the advantage for Brankel's Factory of Sadness.
Yeah.
Again, the factory has hired new workers after firing the last one after that previous game, and are giving out once again free samples to their employees. You know,
ooh, and there is
Alternative, the most recent recipient of those free samples.
Going into the backline does pick up, you know, the trade onto Kaiser Uwu, but now it's a 4-for-4, and Martial Arts for Y has entered the arena, going to be in this front line. He is not afraid of anybody in the middle of 3 to 4 members, and Dallas just firing all the while from the backline, tanking the turrets, gonna intentionally proc the ultimate here to make sure it does not go to waste and gets a little bit of health back. And now the Baron minions continuing to push here. Can they just end it now? Espresso doesn't even have a chance to go anywhere. The slippery Kane, not so slippery when he's just stunned up, and it looks like Brankel's Factory of Sadness would like to end it now and claim their victory in this all-star event. Alternative, the last one alive. He's going to be taken down. Now there's another one alive, but eventually, after they're done playing with their food, it's going to be the Factory of Sadness from Brankles claiming the victory here.
I know he's not here, but I can hear Scruff Noob yelling, "Play for Fountain," from the grave. From the grave of finals loss. But, I mean, very nicely played by Brankles Factory of Sadness. A very complete evening for them and a very complete all-stars for martial arts for Y. Doing a really great job. Utter domination on that Renekton pick. I was a little bit worried seeing him picked, but I forgot that Marshall and Renekton are synonymous. So I should have just shut my mouth and said, yep. But yeah, I think that was a very nice all-star weekend. I didn't watch the 1v1 tournament yesterday, but if it went anything like that top lane did, I'm not surprised Marshall won it as well.
Yeah, I mean, martial arts for why. I mean, I think that we can pretty definitively say the MVP of this all-star event. I don't know if there's going to be some more official thing like that, but I don't know. Flay, with knowing Flay, it's probably going to be months from now. So let's just say it now. We'll just say he's MVP of the all-star event. I mean, fuck it. He's just MVP of the league. The whole thing. Let's just give it to martial arts for why. Wait,
pause.
what? Just kidding. Well, I mean, I don't know. Am I? Question mark. He's my boy. But now we're going to take a little bit of a break, and it's actually going to be good night and goodbye from myself as well as Seppti. But I believe we're going to come back for an interview.
I'm going to hand the baton off to Redacted.
With one of our resident hosts and interviewers, because of course we have that many employees here in the CCS. But Seppti, it was our first time casting together. I enjoyed it very much. I hope that you did as well.
Likewise.
Yeah, and we'll be back for that interview in just a moment. So bear with us and have a great rest of your night. If you're not, because you're not going to see, I don't know. I'm too tired. Just stop the stream, Ludi. I'm done.
righty. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for our interview with Brinkle's Factory of Sadness. We got all the entire team up in here. I'm not going to introduce their names. You know who they are. And if not, they'll let you know. But we, of course, and we got Team Captain Brinkles here as well. Brinkles, as captain of this team, how do you feel about yourself?
Listen, I don't know much about competitive league, so I really got to give it up to my guys, though. They played really well. I also shout out to Dallas coming in and filling in when we needed him most. And honestly, big shout out to Chelsea, you and Flay, because you guys gave us no chance. You guys were assholes throughout the draft process, making fun of me for taking Marshall. You made fun of me for taking, a Hammy. So at the end of the day, thank you. Thank you so much, because know what? We won. And you guys can suck it. You can suck it, and know what? We have bragging rights, and I'm really happy with our team. I'm proud of them. And honestly, you know what? Also, shout out to Kaiser. Kaiser, I've been rooting for you since you were on Horizon Gaming. Shout out to you. Shout out to Hammy. Hammy was, on X-Flow. Had a great run. Shout out to Dallas.
No,
Dallas,
they got first rounded, didn't they?
No. I'm talking.
They beat Randy Kings.
Yeah.
They went in lower round 3.
So shout out to them.
Oh, my fault.
Shout out to Dallas. Dallas gets made fun of by some people for frontlining. That just tells me that he's balls deep, ready to run it in, and he's hyped up on melatonin, ready to fall asleep here soon. And shout out to Dojos. Dojos and I didn't get off to the right foot when we first started in the CCS. And I am proud that this guy won. And also shout out to Marshall, the big ass forehead, the meme himself. So yeah, no, I'm really happy for this team.
All right then. Cool. Congrats once again. Any thoughts on what you guys might name the team server now that you won? Like, or any images as well? Anything like that?
No, not really. I really think that we should keep it because branding is important. And on top of it, it's just it's cool. We won All-Stars and it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe something of like we make fun of Flay, like just like have a meme.
You can workshop it. You guys,
I
Yeah.
make fun of Flay enough.
You got some time.
Okay.
You got some
Yeah.
time. But Marshall, Kaiser, you guys were in the 1v1 finals together, and now you're on the same team, and you actually won this All-Star event. So how are you guys feeling about this so far? Kaiser, did you have any thoughts about playing with your rival?
It was fun. I'm just happy I got to play Cassante. That was fun. I'm happy Flay let me play him. That's all that matters. I'm just excited for the stream to end so I can go clip my like double kill at level 4 or something. I don't know.
This guy was crazy. I have no idea what that champ does, but he saved my life like 4 times on Casante. I don't get it.
Yeah, and Dallas, you are now a 2-time CCS All-Star winner. Apparently, you are the cheat code to winning All-Stars here. So,
yeah, just get me on a team that's good enough to get me to All-Stars, and then I will guarantee you will not win the league, but if you get me on your All-Star team, you'll win.
and Hammy, you've been pretty. Some would say you've been pretty quiet since your team has exited the server, or not the server, but the season. But you having your appearance here and getting to play in All-Stars and then winning, of course. Like, how do you feel about that? What are your thoughts?
I was pretty surprised that I was invited to the All-Star event. But yeah, I got put on a team with a bunch of good players, and all I have to do is not run it down.
Yeah, and that's why you whipped out the Zillion, right? Was that what? That's why?
True. I think I've only gotten to play Zillion like maybe 3 games of all the games I played in CCS. So very nice to get to play it.
Got you. And I didn't even get to ask the man himself, Mr. 1v9, King 1v9 Bozos, man. You've been pretty quiet since we pulled you into this voice con. What's going on? How you feeling, man?
I mean, not much to say. Just bullied a bunch of Make-A-Wish kids today.
No way! You just said that.
You're not gonna talk about my team like that right in front of my face, man. Alright.
You look at Evan's gold, bro. That man's in poverty and a half, bro.
Alright, man. Hey, Bozos, relax,
Oh.
relax, relax.
Redacted. I'm surprised you didn't just like rub your head and like had like that magic 8 ball to see your team was going to lose this badly.
Okay. All right, you guys got the jokes. All right. Well, that's all the questions I have. I don't want to keep anyone waiting any longer. Brankos, if you got any other questions you want to ask
You
your
didn't
team
ask me
before we
anything.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Redacted. Do your job.
What am I, chop liver? With the 1v1
Marshall.
tournament and
Okay,
this?
Marshall, you won the 1v1 tournament and the All-Star event. How do you feel about that? Do you feel vindicated?
No, not really. I'm just happy to win.
Exactly. That's why I didn't ask you anything. You're gonna give me boring answers.
Actually, the real thing is that it feels good playing with a jungler that, ganks lanes, farms decently, actually pass and talks to the team, and doesn't def mute, And my team played really well. There was a jungle gap hill, I'll be real. Huge jungle diff, both games.
Okay, don't put down my boy Espresso, all right?
Hey, he's spitting.
All right. Anyway, but Brankos, you got any questions you want to ask them real quick before we get last remarks and then cut it off?
No, because I know that some of these guys need to head to
Dallas
bed.
literally has to go to work.
Yeah, Dallas needs to head to work because
No, I just want to go to sleep so I can wake up for work.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I just honestly, I really do thank you guys. I know this is like the final like event for the CCS for this season, so shout out to you guys. Honestly, it was a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys come back for for the next split that happens next year. And honestly, I just love being a part of the CCS, and I'm glad you guys. No, I'm just happy that you guys have been a part of it.
Can I get a roll because I won the 1v1 thing and now
No.
Please.
I actually talked to Flay. I really don't know. But yeah, thank you all once again for really participating. Let's get last remarks in before I close it out. So we'll start with Dallas, and then you can just honestly leave the voice chat if you want, so you can go sleep, bro.
I wish I was a Chelsea. As much as I love Brankles, I wish I won twice with Chelsea's cat girls.
Hammy, last remarks from you.
See y'all next split. I've also got to go to work.
Amen. Kaiser.
I have none. I need to go to bed, girls. Good night.
Good night. Marshall.
Much as I clown you, Zypher, you're actually a good kid. No hard feelings to you. And D2 top lane or LFT, hit me up.
Bozos.
No closing remarks. Just remember, I'm the GOAT.
Yes, sir. All righty. And Branko's closing remarks from you. It's team cap.
At the end, we learned two things about Chelsea. Couldn't rank Reign of Kings and doesn't know how to draft players.
There you have it. From our winning all-star team, the Factory of Sadness, Branko's Factory of Sadness. We want to thank you all once again for being with us and joining us in this all-star event. Invitational, as we'll say, despite how quickly it came about and everything like that. We appreciate y'all for being here and watching it. But the CCS now will be going on hiatus until next split. So stay tuned. Keep your eye out in the server and spam Flay for when the details of that will be coming out. Oh, there is one last thing. There will be like a bonus staff podcast for the CC zone, but we don't know when yet. But just keep your eye out for that. Just be in the server. But in the meantime, y'all have a good one. World's Finals is coming up, so enjoy that. And yeah, until then, we'll see you next time. Peace.